Hello and welcome to another WeAreDevelopers live day. I'm now live inside the Gibson because today we're going to talk about data and security all day long. Well, not all day long, until 2:45 to be precise. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about is quickly this code of conduct video that you just saw. We have a code of conduct. Code of conducts are an important thing for conferences and not just a legal thing that we display. We take this serious here at WeAreDevelopers. So if you're in the chat or if you're interacting with other people, please just be a person that is nice to other people. Don't make any remarks that might be funny, but actually might be offensive to other people. Think about what you're saying, what it does to other people, and think about what it means if somebody just gets called out because of what that person is. So this is a place for no racism, no sexism, no ageism, no isms of any kind. We're a place here that should feel safe for everybody, and everybody should feel welcome. Even those people that mix tabs and spaces, and even those people that think Perl should still be a language like me. So today we have several things that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the updates to the OPC. We're going to have best practice for using GitHub secrets, and you're going to learn about the passwordless web. And we can talk about machine learning and secure code as well. And we end with data privacy in LLMs. We've got 5 speakers, so there's a lot of stuff to learn this time, and there's going to be 5 videos out next week as well for you to look at. And for me, it actually means that I have a few things to do, but I have more speakers that I can lean on. But to go back to last week's Web Dev Day, we had a live Web Dev Day last week, and one of the things we did in there was a Code 100 challenge. This is the same this time. We're going to have a challenge at 11:45. So actually, if you want to take part in that one, you can scan this QR code and actually take part in the Slido already. So 11:45, we put it live, and you can take part and win your chance to get your spot for the finals at the Code 100 finals at the WeAreDevelopers World Congress on this side actually. And you can actually take part, and 2 of the winners for today will go there. And at the end of this day today, we're going to have a video that explains the next session, the next Code 100 challenge, that will be until next week. So you will have until Friday, or let's say Saturday, to actually do that challenge. And we're going to pick the winner next week and announce that on social media, or announce it again on the live day. We're not quite sure yet, depending on how many people will send in answers. Now, last week, we had a challenge that actually asked you to go through the console data that we have. So let me quickly show you that one, what that was like. So I share my screen. And it's this screen, entire screen. Cool. And you can see my code VS Code here. And this is basically what the challenge was. It asked you to get a data set of all the Congress sessions and find the sessions that are actually, how many sessions it was, how many stream sessions there were, how many had more than one speaker. The types were an array of all the types of sessions without repeats, the longest title, and the average title length. If you take a look at the data, this is what it looks like. Lots and lots of information. And the solution that I wrote is done in Node.js. So this is basically what I've done. I read the data in, I rate the data length, which is all the sessions. Then we looked at the stream sessions, data filtering for the one that had a stream provider. These were the ones that were actually streamed on YouTube. Sessions with several speakers, we just basically had a data filter again on item speakers length being more than 1. This is also pretty cool because it actually didn't throw an error when there were no speakers at all. So that's something I didn't use in JavaScript as much, but it's quite fun to do. All sessions without duplicates if using a set on a flat map. So that was actually a thing in the newsletter last week, is where I explained to you what flat map was. The longest title using reduce, and the average title length using reduce as well. So this is all you had to do to win that challenge. And of course, we had winners that actually came through. And the fun bit is that a lot of people used very, very interesting languages. We had Ruby, we had PHP, and we had basically Python. So people did different things and actually found different ways to solve that problem. We also had a Code 100 challenge that actually asked you to pick from a multiple choice question and also go through a pseudocode thing. If you want to take a look at that one, you can also see that online. Let me share my screen again. And this one is actually at the Code 100 puzzles page. So if you go to puzzles code100.dev and you go all the way down, you get the live days challenges. And that one gives you the answers to last week and actually which one was the right answer and which one was what that pseudocode that we showed meant. So if you want to learn about more what challenges might come today or might come in the next live days as well, it's always good to go to the puzzles page and take a look at the puzzles that we had before, so you can actually prepare yourself for the next session that's going to come out there. But without now further ado, let me show you the winners of last week's challenge. So we have Kristen Wirtz, which was one of the speakers, which was kind of weird, but at the same time, we don't discriminate. So if you're a speaker and you're fast in answering the right way, then you also can be a challenger. We have Maxim Potapov, who is also from Berlin, like I am. So that's really cool to see. We have Jack Barber from England, and we have Julian During, which I didn't contact enough in time. So I didn't have his picture, so I gave him the best picture ever. So these are the 4 winners. Congratulations. I will see you in Berlin. And of course, we will reach out to you and give you all the information before. Again, we have a challenge today as well. It's going to be at 11:45. And this is the QR code. This is the QR code that you can use to actually go to the challenge, to open the Slido already, so we don't have to wait for you to join the Slido session once we get there. Other than that, we have speakers from several countries today, and the first one is Alexander. So how about we bring you on stage to get you actually prepared for your talk and get a bit of a chat and see what we're going to be talking about.
Happy to. Hi, Chris.
Hello, how are you doing? So
good.
OPC Foundation, what's that?
Well, the OPC Foundation is actually a non-profit organization. So somebody who doesn't earn money. That is kind of strange in today's world, right? So it's a non-profit. What we're doing is we are defining interfaces to exchange data or exchange information in a patent-free, license-free manner so that everybody can join. So it's a very inclusive technology.
Interesting. I used to work for Mozilla, which was a non-profit organization as well. And my German mother didn't quite deal with that at all. She was like, so do you still get money? Do they pay you? And I was like, no, I'm just in a meeting room. Sometimes there's coffee and there's donuts left over. So I get some food and they heat the office. So I don't have to pay any heating at home. So that's the really cool thing. So
yeah,
it's
exactly.
an interesting thing that you set the foundation that right now in the market is not a big thing, but I see more and more of them cropping up. Do you think the foundation market has a problem right now that we are with the AI revolution that we have right now? We go back into IP and into closed environments?
I actually don't think so. Whenever we see that, so we are very much focused on the industrial world, right? And in the industrial world, there are always new organizations popping up. And I don't think that there will be a big downtake on that, because people know that, and also companies know, that you cannot lock in vendors anymore, right? So the old way of locking somebody into a technology and saying, so you sold your soul to me and now you need to be within my ecosystem, this is just not working anymore. So it needs to be open, and for that, the organizations will continue to arise. They will adopt modern technology, and I'm pretty sure that this will continue to happen.
Do you think that closed technology maybe kept us back, like closed environments? Like, I mean, for example, we have a big crisis in Germany now in the automotive market, that basically the software that have been written for self-driving cars or electric cars, the ones that we put and created behind closed doors didn't work out. Do you think an open way of doing that would have been a faster, better way of doing it, or is it just saying it could have been like we could be clever in hindsight?
Well, it may have been, would have been better. It is always difficult. So I'm always a fan of taking two sides on that. That means you will have open source core architectures, like the concepts will be the same. They will be harmonized, like having a common library, a common understanding, and having everything there. But then the little bit which is on top, which makes the application unique, which makes the product unique, that of course can be proprietary. So it is important to have like a shared base. And then if there is a little bit on top of that that makes you special, then, well, go for it. I don't think that this will hurt adoption and that this will keep or will be bad for the economic. So it doesn't need, we don't need to have everything open source, but at least the baselines would be good, yeah.
It's interesting, though, that when it comes to legislation, like the European AI Act basically disallows open source AI models rather than just like and favors the closed ones because there's more security and obscurity.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I'm also, I'm actually also, we do have a security working group, so I'm a big fan of security. I'm also participating there. And what another EU regulation, for example, is the CRA, Cyber Resilience Act. And for that, they actually mandate that everything is secure and that everything is, it doesn't need to be open source, but you need to prove things, right? And it's hard to prove that things are secure if you're in a closed environment and not sharing any details.
Well, it's interesting. We just had in the newsletter this paper about singing pixels, where people had air-gapped computers, basically, that were not connected to the internet or other computers at all, but they were still able to get data from the sound that pixels made when they were shown on screen.
Yeah.
So they were accessing another microphone in the room, and that way they could actually guess what was shown on screen just by the sound of pixels. Do you think there is even a way to keep things secure?
Well, I to be honest, I don't think so. I don't think that we have a way to keep everything completely confidential. It's just a matter on how hard do I make it for somebody to get the information. And you can lock out like script kiddies, and you can lock out like people that are just having like limited time. But if you try to lock out national agencies with unlimited resources, you potentially are going to lose the battle.
Yeah, I mean that's also where the money comes in. Like, I mean, accessing a machine to actually have it as part of a botnet or something is one way of making money, but blackmailing somebody by locking their machine and like these kind of things are a different story. What I've always found like very from an ethical point of view, what I found really disturbing is like when it comes to ransomware attacks, it's mostly against things like hospitals and like environmental like network things that we need in day-to-day life rather than people, and that's just really, really creepy.
Oh, I'm absolutely with you, and I'm also surprised. I was actually in contact with like a mid-sized company which got attacked, and just they share pretty much every detail about that attack, and that really fascinated me because if you look at how this happened, the attack started on a Friday afternoon, when the whole security team, or well, not the whole security team, but the head of the security team, because it's a mid-sized company, so it's just a handful of people, they went to a security conference in the Scandinavian region. So the attackers, they did know exactly when to start their attack. They knew exactly where when they need to start, that everything will take very long time to people even notice that there is an attack. And the only reason why they found it in time, and it's just kind of in time, is because that security person wanted to check emails on Saturday, and it didn't work well. And then he got paranoid, and he checked it, and he noticed that there's an attack ongoing. But at the end, so keeping the story short, the company is bankrupt. So they went out of business. They didn't recover from that attack because it was just all the secrets were gone, and it just took too long to get back to operational mode. So yeah, I'm totally with you. And if that happens in the social sector with hospitals, this is really creepy.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that I saw the other day was interesting that like, that scam that people send you an email, like we saw you watching adult websites and we have video footage of you naked and doing things. They now attach a photo of your house to that. So if people have their IP number and actually they can guess which area it was, they go to Google Street View and actually show a picture of your house with it to give this even more of an annoyance and more of a thing. I mean, it's just if you get that email, just delete it. It didn't happen. It's actually, I mean, I don't know what you do online. I don't care. But like, it's just a very, very strange way to actually give it more of an importance. Like, we know what you did, but we also where you live right now. And this is probably because in Germany, half the houses were blurred out in Google Street View when it came out.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Excellent. So, I mean, we're almost on time. So I want to hand over to you to give you a presentation, and we're going to hear from you about all the updates and trends that you have in the OPC. So without further ado, here's Alexander Allmendinger.
Thank you. And now goes all out to all of you, all the listeners. This is the very first time that we attend one of the sessions, the talks here, right? So for us, for me, it was difficult to determine what kind of knowledge is already present. So you will find a little overview information. You will find a little more detailed information. You will see some source code. Just keep some comments coming. Chat with us. Let me know what you need and whether you know the technology, because that allows us then for future talks to actually streamline the content to make sure that you get the best out of that. So I don't know whether all of you know OPC UA, and I don't want to spend too much time talking about the OPC Foundation because we already did that. So let's actually look at what kind of technology that is and what it's used for, just to have a common baseline before we go into more interesting things like how do we actually exchange data and bring data to the cloud, for example, for machine learning, for AI, for analysis. OPC UA was developed many years ago, and the idea is actually to provide a standard, a technology that allows you to exchange data, to exchange information in an open and standardized way. So OPC UA is nothing closed. It's actually all the specifications. They are openly available. You can just go to the OPC Foundation website and you can access the specifications. You can implement everything without paying any licensing, without needing to wonder about patents or buying patents. You don't need to become a member of the organization. You just can use the technology. And when the technology was created, that was pretty much in early 2000s, where in the industrial space, there were a lot of companies still having their closed ecosystem, but there was the need to have the interfaces to exchange data so that, for example, a company like Siemens can share their data with a company like Rockwell or Emerson. And that, of course, then advanced. So we basically started in the area of the of the traditional controller to ERP, SCADA, HMI systems. But what you'll find today is that with OPC UA, you can actually communicate also machine to machine. You can communicate with or send data from a controller directly to the cloud, from a sensor directly to the cloud, from aggregating servers, from IT services to the cloud. And with that, you have like a very open system that allows you to exchange the data in a standardized format. And because it's adopted by so many companies, that actually allows you to interoperate with others. So you don't need, for example, thinking about a cloud solution, a cloud service, you don't need to provide your IoT boxes to everyone, or don't need to buy everything from one closed ecosystem, but you can actually pick and choose, because as long as the interface standard is the same, as a developer, we all know when the interface is standardized and the same, anybody can implement against it. And this is exactly what we're doing here. So what are the actual benefits of doing this OPC UA communication? So you are platform independent. That is very important for all the developers out there. That means you can implement OPC UA on any platform with any programming language. If you want to use Go, go ahead. There's actually a toolkit for implementing OPC UA in Go. If you want to do it in Python, in .NET, in C, in C#, in Java, just feel free. It is absolutely independent of the programming language, so anybody can implement it with whatever they want to use. It is completely scalable, as I already mentioned, adopting different use cases, so you can really use it throughout any application that you need. It is or has been developed with a high level of security. I'll mention that just briefly, but we really have like security thought through the whole standard. That means that we are not only talking about applying a TLS channel like you potentially know it from MQTT, where you secure the transport. We actually do message-based security. So you could use OPC UA security and send your data via a public broker, and yet nobody can read the data except for they can crack your encryption. So with this, we really have like an open system that allows you to implement things in different areas. Now, this is a data and security day, right? So the question is, what kind of data is actually being transmitted? And this is something quite interesting with OPC UA as well. OPC UA doesn't only standardize the way the data is sent from A to B. So we're not only looking at the messages, the telegrams on the wire, but in fact, we're also looking at information modeling. That means with the technology, you can model the data in a standardized way. And that means that if somebody that wants to consume data is connecting to a data source which has OPC UA integrated, you can actually understand the data. And because you know the way that it's structured, you know the way that it's modeled. So you can just browse it, you can look at the data. It's self-explaining for humans, but also for machines. So in your application, you can browse through the content, the data. You can understand the data based on looking at it. And then you can create machine learning, AI. You can do data science based on structured data. And for everybody who is in that area, potentially you know that getting the semantics to data, getting the understanding of the data that you have in a potential big data lake, that is like the key thing, because it's always difficult to just analyze a million doubles if you have no idea what they're actually standing for. And this is what we're providing here. Again, this is also not happening in a closed ecosystem. That is actually happening in an open ecosystem. That means the OPC Foundation collaborates with other organizations, from the machine builders, from the IT area, from the energy sector, to help them define their assets, to help them define the processes that they do with OPC UA and have this standardized interface, and then a very easy and smooth integration into bigger projects, because then you understand the data, you can easily exchange it, and you can be open to any vendor, to any system out there. So this is a slide that I usually don't show anymore when talking on stages, because it is a little bit too technical, as I have been told. Now, because we are developers here, I'm very happy to share that. That is just giving you an idea on the different modules that are there. So the way that OPC UA is standardized is in a very modular concept. And I'm pretty sure that all of you are familiar with object-oriented programming. This is exactly what we're using. So when we model the data, we have classes or types, we have interfaces, we have add-ins, we have methods, we have variables. So methods are then rather functions when it comes to implementing them. So you see that the whole standard followed the programming patterns. And also we did that for the modularization of the whole content. Now, what this allows us to do is we can easily adopt the standard to new requirements. So if you look at the bottom, you see that there are many different transports. Like, for example, you can transmit data via UDP, you can transmit via AMQP and MQTT. Now, potentially, some of you know that AMQP was like the go-to protocol to get data to the Microsoft Azure cloud a few years ago. So that was basically what they thought this will be the future, because it has some advantages over MQTT. But the industry didn't really go with that. And at least to what I know from real world projects out there, everybody has agreed on MQTT. And then also Microsoft contributed. And at the end, we now have MQTT version 5 with a lot of additions, with a lot of enhancements. And that allows for very smooth IoT use cases. But if in the future something else comes along, we can just add it on top. And also what you see right at the top here, the information models, they are actually modular as well. So that means the transport that you're using, whether you send the data via MQTT or whether you send the data via TCP in a client-server pattern, it actually doesn't make a difference. The data structure is still the same. The semantics are still the same. And because we use types and object-oriented programming, you can always further specialize the types. So if you have a standardized type and you have more information, you can just subtype it and add your additional information without breaking interoperability. So you see, it's a pretty smart solution, and it really helps with interoperability and getting things done. So then the question is always that comes up, well, why should I use OPC UA architectures everywhere? So why shouldn't I use for device communication, a field bus, and for the cloud connectivity, just my own MQTT message and everything? Well, the beauty with OPC UA is because it is written in a way which is kept very modular, that you can implement against the standard and keep it very flexible. This means that at the end, you don't need to implement stuff for every individual project, but in fact, the only thing that you're doing is you're changing configuration settings. You change where the data is sent to. You change which data is sent. Actually, the data consumers often can choose which data they actually want to get. So you see that there's a lot of configuration that you can do, but without touching the actual source code for individual project solutions. And this makes it a very powerful thing. And the other thing that I always need to highlight is, in addition to the fact that when you have one technology throughout all the different areas where you exchange information, so that you can bypass layers, like I said, theoretically, you can use a sensor to send data directly to the cloud. And I actually show you an example where this is happening. You can also go with aggregating service just in the traditional way with network segmentation and everything. But you can bypass layers. The problem when you have switches in technologies is that often technologies don't have the same feature set, don't have the same functionality that they provide. So while with OPC UA, you get the semantics, you understand the data, you have you know that it's not just 120, you know it's 120 degrees Celsius, you know that the status of the sensor was good, you have additional timestamps, you know where the temperature is actually coming from. Like in my example here, from the brakes at the front right? So you have a lot of information. Now, when you transform that to your proprietary MQTT, so something that you define for yourself, potentially you didn't have the requirements yet to have all those relationships and everything included. So you reduce the information. Then you transmit it to the cloud. You store it in a relational database or in a time series database more often. And you lose the semantics. And now the data scientists come along and they need to understand the data, but they lost all the information which were present in the industry already, in the operation technology world. So what you're now doing is you're re-adding all those knowledge by talking to the OT people, by talking to the industry and asking them what the data actually means. And if you stay in the same technology, that actually allows you to keep and maintain all this data, and that reduces the time significantly for doing data analysis, for doing artificial intelligence, and so on. So why is MQTT not enough? And I already pointed out a few times what is the interesting thing with MQTT. MQTT is simple because MQTT is just defining the transport. It doesn't care about the data, about the content being sent from A to B. And you'll see that here in an example. It is the same data. It is provided by two different devices. And because they define their own JSON structures or their own JSON payload that they send via MQTT, you will, at the receiving side, you need to handle the different devices. And this is a big problem because now you end up defining or developing a lot of connectors for different device manufacturers. In the opposite direction, also, it doesn't work. So if, for example, Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, SAP, and all the others are mandating you to follow a certain structure in the device world, then they would need to implement different connectors for the IT world. And they will not do that either, because the problem here is they cannot control when the IT breaks their interfaces, and IT is very flexible in their implementation, let's put it that way. While on the OT world, you need to look at lifetimes over 20 years. So what you need is a common standard. You need a harmonized thing. And this is exactly what OPC UA with MQTT provides you. So the combination makes it a very strong technology. That is actually also, now it's getting a little more technical. So that is the entry to becoming more technical. That is actually nothing new. So OPC UA over MQTT was initially already released in 2018. So it's already present and it's available. It can work with MQTT 3.1.1 and 5.0. The big difference here is basically in the headings. So if you're familiar with the MQTT protocol, then you know that in MQTT 5, you have additional headers that you can use, which are not present in MQTT 3.1.1. So in one case, we are utilizing those header information. In the other ones, we are putting these additional information in the payload. So this is the big difference. Looking at the encodings, because in MQTT, you can still run different encodings. And potentially most of you, whenever you did something with MQTT, what you have done is you use JSON. Why? Because it's simple. It's text-based. It's very easy to understand and implement against. The only problem is that, of course, when you use something like JSON, it is not very efficient. And also because you're transmitting the data in clear text, it is also interpretable by somebody who has access to the transport layer. But there are many advantages with it. Also, you can basically pick and choose or analyze the content when looking at individual JSON pipelines, right? So you can just pull out the information. That is what most cloud vendors are doing today. They just say, send me your JSON message and tell me which data you want to have where in my data analysis service, or where you want to have it stored in the database. Now, there is an alternative solution with OPC UA, which is a binary encoding, which is defined by the standard, and that, in fact, reduces the size by approximately 75%. That also allows you to use the message-based security that I talked about already, that protects your data on an individual message base. So it's way more efficient, but as you can see, you don't see the content anymore because, of course, it's now binary encoded. So you need to understand the encoding, and you need to decrypt it if it's encrypted, and you need to look and analyze the content to actually interpret it. So in that case, you need to understand more about OPC UA. But there are other data optimization levels that you can do, and that is, for example, the discovery of the data. So now what you see on the left-hand side is a metadata message. So when we send data with OPC UA, we have different message types that we're sending. So we're separating the live data from the structural data, from the meta information. So the meta information we just sent initially, we send it once, we retain the message at the broker, and with this, we can optimize the communication. And this meta information provides you all the data that you need, or all the information that you need to actually interpret the runtime data, which you see on the right-hand side. And like I said, all of that is in a standardized format, so you can easily integrate that with different vendors. So we have the retained messages, which are only sent through the startup of the publisher, or when the broker is gone and comes back. And we do have cyclic messages. And what you see here is we have the data messages and the metadata that I already talked about, but there are also additional things, like, for example, the application and the status message, which I want to point out. The interesting thing here is that those messages are describing the data source. They're describing the publisher. So they tell you who is sending the data. And with this, you have now really a standardized way to do discovery. So you can listen to the messages coming in at a broker, and you can implement condition monitoring based on that standard that will just subscribe for the status and the application topic tree. They will pull in the information. They will understand whether the publisher is currently there. When a new publisher comes to the broker or to the system, they will understand the status of the publisher, and you can have a very easy condition monitoring setup. And there's one very interesting thing when it comes to that OPC UA over MQTT technology, which is the actual data is on a custom structure. So you don't need to follow a hard-coded requirement for the data topic tree. And this is something that we learned from the industry, that they cannot handle that because they have their sites implemented in a very specific way. Sometimes it's a traditional automation pyramid according to ISA 95, but sometimes it's not. And if you require a certain data topic tree for the data being sent from the different sites, from the different applications, then you run into problems with those flexible environments for the vendors that have, or end users who have created their own structures. It didn't follow a standardized ISA 95. So with OPC UA, the data is in fact flexible. You can send it to whatever you want when it comes to the topic tree, and then do your filtering just like you know it from MQTT. Now, because this is a standard solution, and as I said, you can implement it everywhere. That means with different programming languages in different kind of devices. This actually means that you can develop domain agnostic solutions. So if you develop a condition monitoring system, a data analysis system based on OPC UA, or which understands OPC UA, you can deploy or use the same application, the same code in different areas like oil and gas, energy, discrete manufacturing, process automation, building automation, packaging, robotics, and everything else. Because the application information is standardized, the status information is standardized, and they will always look the same when it comes to this information, no matter which device is sending you the data. And this makes it very powerful because now you don't need to have always domain-specific solutions. So looking at that, that means through the flexibility of the MQTT topic tree, we really allow a high flexibility for the different projects. You can adopt the topic tree structures to whatever you need. It is highly scalable because you can either run it in JSON, which is then easy to process and easy to understand, but you can also use UA binary to get a better bandwidth or bandwidth optimization. And because all the different devices can use the same standard, it actually really scales. So we're not only talking about scaling it to 100 devices, we're talking about scaling it to 1,000 devices, to 1,000 data consumers or providers. And with with having the standardized thing, you actually have a high level of interoperability. So this usually gets to the question. Now we're getting to implementation details, developer stuff again, integration options. So the standard that I'm currently talking about with OPC UA over MQTT, that is actually committed or already available in all those IT vendors that you see up on that screen. That means you can use it directly in Microsoft Azure. They even save the data or store the data with OPC UA information modeling knowledge. You can use it in AWS. You will find it with Google Cloud, SAP, Alibaba Cloud in Asia. They are all committed. You'll also see that when looking at the brokers, it doesn't need to be a specific broker to do OPC UA over MQTT communication because it is just following the MQTT standard. So you can use HiveMQ, who are very active on social media. You can use Mosquito. You can use any of the other brokers, also the ones which are included in Microsoft Azure or in AWS. You can also use those. As long as they support retained messages and follow the MQTT standard, you're all set, you're all good. So the way that you can integrate that into products is in two different ways. Obviously, you can natively build, take it into your application, and I'll show you how simple that actually is. Or you can just put a standardized gateway in front of it. So there are many gateways out there, standard solutions, which pull in data from old protocols like Modbus, like anything else that you find down there in the industrial world, transform it to OPC UA and send the data with OPC UA over MQTT. So you can do it, like I said, externally, or you can just natively build it into your application. The beauty is, if you're looking at the different layers, the different modules that you need to do OPC UA over MQTT communication, what you'll find is, of course, you have your PHY, your chip on your hardware. Then you have the network and the transport layers, which are traditionally provided by the operating system. Of course, you need an MQTT library to have the MQTT protocol included. But what you see here is, if you utilize a OPC UA toolkit and OPC UA SDK, in fact, the number of code lines that you need to write by yourself, the own code, is very limited, and that makes it a very interesting solution, right? So if you already have OPC UA, it's even easier. But even if you don't have it, there are options to integrate it. Okay, so going into developer stuff. I hope that you are as enthusiastic about that concept, about this opportunity as I am, and that you actually want to look at it. And for doing that, what we have is an IIoT starter kit, which is available on GitHub. It has grown over time. Initially, it was a Raspberry Pi solution. So it's something that you compile locally, you deploy it on your Raspberry Pi, and then you can send the data directly from the Raspberry Pi to your MQTT broker or to your data consumer. And with that, have like the full path displayed. And that is what is in the starter kit. Now, what we already did is it has been extended with the so-called quick starters. And with this, I actually want to open a virtual machine real quick. The quick starters are available in this starter kit, as I said, and I hope that you now see the code, Visual Studio in that case. What you'll see here is different projects that are included in here. It's a very simple quick starter with the one. So they are at the end, there are 5 different editions or levels. And the one is, of course, the easiest one, where you just see it is very simple to implement it. At the end, we are talking about 216 lines of code, and that already includes error handling and debug output, right? So you could even remove that if you just look at the logic which is needed. Now, what you see here is that it just follows the standard MQTT library. It sets everything up. It uses JSON, as you see it in here. It has some global variables that it just sets for connecting to the broker, like the URL and the will topic and all these kind of things. And then at the end, you'll see that it's pretty simple. And we just bring in the data and assign it to the publisher. And what we also have here is the publisher status to actually publish it. Now, let me just check, because I think I'm at the publisher. Okay, so this is, like I said, pretty simple stuff. And we can just start that publisher real quick. I hope that you guys are familiar with .NET, because that is written, as you see, in .NET. And that should spin it up. There's one thing that I want to highlight while it starts sending the data. Please make sure that if you try those quick starters, to change the publisher ID, because otherwise all of you will now send to you the same MQTT topics, because that is used for the topic and for identifying the publisher. So at the end, you would all send the data to the same thing, and that would potentially be a little confusing. Now, on the next thing, you'll see that we also, of course, have a subscriber, which is also just doing the normal MQTT connection to the broker. So this is absolutely no rocket science. This is why I don't talk about it in detail. it will look at the different topic, and it will pull in the message type status, and it will pull in the message type data. And if I start this, whoops, then you'll see you have the full path with getting the data. Oops, that was too much. Sorry for that. Just wanted to make it a little bigger. Then you see that you're now receiving the data being published, and you could now argue this is no rocket science, because I defined the message as I'm sending it out and as I'm receiving it, and you write with that, but it follows the standard. That means if you would have a subscriber which follows the standard, the subscriber would also work. And if you have a publisher, or if you have a publisher, the subscriber would work. And if you have a subscriber, my publisher would work for you as well. And then you have like all the different quick starters, which are basically setting up and adding additional use cases, like sending additional information like semantics. Here we have the units of the actual data, like that it's in horsepower or things like that. And just to show you that real quick, though this is no big surprise for you. Similar to the system before. Okay, I think I need to stop the other one first. That is why you should never do live coding on stage, right? Okay, so jumping back to this one. Then we want to have the subscriber here. And potentially need to restart the publisher. There you go. So the message is now being sent, and you'll see that the data is received here, including the sequence number, the version of the data set, timestamps, and all the units. So you see that this is a pretty strong system because, like I said, it works vendor independent. And if you look at the details, so who is actually supporting all of that, then what you'll find is, at least at the moment my PowerPoint works again, that there are many vendors that are already participating. Like I said, we have a demonstrator which is up and running, which has all those companies here participating. So jumping to the end, because I know that I am at the end of the time, you'll find that 35 companies are already participating with that. So you see, it's not like an edge case. It's nothing small. It's actually, in fact, something which is quite important also for the vendors. So they have this demo that you see in the bottom middle is actually displayed on their main booth at an important trade show. Because I talked about security very briefly, we actually have security working group that I also participate. We are looking at cyber attacks at the industrial area, and we analyze them and see, and we also work together with national agencies like CEST, like the FBI, like the BSI in Germany. And what we all do is we make sure that OPC UA stays secure and will still have a secure communication for the future. So if that is something of interest for you, please contact me, because I'm happy to share more information. And the only thing that I want to do or show last is just a image real quick that showcases the interesting thing with OPC UA security and MQTT security. As I said, with MQTT, you have a TLS connection between the application and the broker. That always means that the broker has full access over all the data. And there are, in fact, scenarios where you don't want to have that, where you want to have the data secured and not having the broker being able to look at it. And this is exactly what you can achieve with OPC UA over MQTT with OPC UA security, because now you have message-based security and you send the data encrypted, and only the publisher and the subscriber can understand the data. Last thing, we are just about to start a new cloud initiative. which has all the major IT companies, but also some major OT companies and end users like L'Oreal, for example, or Equinor. The interesting thing here is that we collect all the different IT topics, and that this will really help driving the industrial landscape. So, for example, there's an AI working group that is working on the topic AI with OPC-UA, cloud connectivity, data spaces, EDCs, asset administration shells. So whatever comes up to your mind on the IT world, that is exactly what this initiative looks at. And with this, I'm actually at the end and want to thank you for your time. I hope that I provided interesting insights and that it actually helped you, that you got like a good baseline, but also some technical details. And like I said, if you have any feedback, if you want to have more about security, more about the messages, the APIs, for example, the REST API that we have, or the MQTT messages in more detail, please let me know. And we're happy to do like another session, maybe where we go into more detail, where we just go more into what you really need. So thanks for that. And I think I hand it back to Chris, right?
Well, I will talk to you a bit because we got a bit more time, although you really got over, but it's all good. And there was a lot of information in there. I'm very interested in the cloud thing because that's an interesting bit to actually have like an umbrella in foundation on top of that. And of course, L'Oreal is always a thing to do as well. So the question to me is that there weren't many questions being sent in, which is annoying. Please use the comments. Please ask questions. I'd be much easier for me to not have to come up with things all the time. But one of them was interesting. What is like, how do you protect your IaaS and cloud system on OSI model layers? Application, transport, and network. Like, how do you protect them in these different levels?
So usually most of the layers come with their own protection, right? When you look at OPC-UA communication, the transport usually comes along with their own security, if there is one. Like, for example, like I said, with MQTT, you have the TLS security. With TCP/IP, we actually have our own security, right? So there's always OPC-UA security on top of it if you use it. And that provides you a way more protection than just the protecting the messages. What OPC-UA, in fact, also provides you is access rights and user roles on individual data point granularity. That means I can define that when somebody accesses my data, when somebody accesses a machine, that the operator can only see certain data, while a maintenance engineer can see complete other data, or an administrator can change set points versus somebody just looking at data, like a AI service who's supposed to only look at data, will only be able to read it. And you can do that based on user roles on the, like I said, on the individual node level. And that is something which is quite interesting and very unique with OPC-UA.
Mm-hmm. Where do you see OPC-UA in 5 to 10 years? This sounds like an interview question, but it came from the audience.
Yeah, well, OPC-UA is actually already the de facto standard for the industrial world. So there's not a lot happening there. I actually see OPC-UA information models be way more used also in the IT world, because like I said, what we've learned over the past few years is that when you look at data scientists, they get their data lakes, they get unstructured data, and now they're expected to interpret the data, to analyze the data. And this takes sometimes weeks to talk to OT people, because they always, those experts, they are limited, right? So they also just have limited time. So you always need to ask them, so what does this data mean? What does it stand for? And then you can start finally with doing your data science. And OPC-UA just provides you a way around that, because the information is already there. It's at your fingertips. You can implement against it. And I think that in 5 to 10 years, OPC-UA will be used more for the communication part, but also way more for the information modeling part, also in the IT world.
Mm-hmm. In terms of being a foundation and how big you are, like how many people are working full time for OPC? Is there actually people that work part time, or actually are just members? Are you looking for community members? What's going on there?
So this is quite interesting questions. In fact, the OPC Foundation has no employees at all. So it's a purely industry-driven standard. It works in the way that we have today. We have more than 1,000 members, including like the I think it's more than 40 or it's 45 of the top 50 companies, right? So you find like also like Samsung and like I said, Siemens. You find Equinor, Shell. So there are a lot of companies that are working with OPC UA technology. And most of them are also part of the OPC Foundation. So like I said, there are no employees. The way that this works is we have working groups. And all our members are allowed to send their experts, their technical experts, into working groups to define the standard. And this has the big benefit that we will only standardize what the industry actually needs. Because if we would work on something which nobody cares about, they will just pull out their resources and it will not get standardized. Mm-hmm. So there are membership fees for corporate members. There's actually also a membership category for where you don't need to pay a membership fee. But in order to participate in the working groups, you need to become a paying member that is calculated based on the yearly revenue of the company that is becoming a member. And then, like I said, they just send their experts. And in our AI working group, for example, I think we have more than 65 people from leading IT companies, leading OT companies. So it is a quite interesting thing and a very interesting time.
Sounds a bit like W3C to a degree, except for the income of the company making the fees rather than just fees being set. Yeah. Interesting. Another question, what are the main advantages of your MQTT protection compared to other defense products?
Okay, that is interesting. So the main advantage is really that message-based security. Like I said, if you, of course, there may be also other solutions out there. I'm never saying that OPC UA is like the only one doing it in a certain way, but it is, to my knowledge, the only standardized way of doing it in that way. And with OPC UA or MQTT, what you really get is, like I said, the message-based security, and that means we can all of us, we could all use the same broker. With the credentials to log into the broker, we don't need to protect our topic trees even, because we can identify the publisher based on the signature on the message and on the encryption. And this is something which is quite unique, and that it really allows you like a high level of security, because you can protect the data from being seen anywhere, because the broker at the end is hosted somewhere, and if somebody attacks that broker and gets on that host system, they potentially get to the data, because like I said, it's a TLS, so it's a transport security. I hope this answers the questions, but if that participant has like a follow-up, just keep them coming.
Okay, I will. Well, for now, I will actually let you go free, because I'm introducing the next speaker on stage, which we're going to be quickly introducing. Thanks so much for that. You saw the contact details, and the video will be out next week, so you can actually go there. Maybe you should get a shorter email by then, because that's a lot of letters to type in. But we'll see. Thank you so much.
I'll tell my parents.
Thanks so much,
Alex. Thank you.
All right, next up, we got Marcel Lupo, who is actually the organizer of the London Microsoft DevOps meetup and a Microsoft MVP and all kind of security things. I don't have any company there that you work for right now, but let's see what that is about. Marcel, how are you doing?
Hi there, Chris. Thank you. I'm doing very well. Thanks for the invite, and also for letting me come and talk to you guys today. Yeah, thank you. You said you asked where the company that I'm with at the moment?
Yeah.
So I work at a consultancy in the UK called Avanade, and we do cloud services like modernization, app development, migrations to specifically Azure Cloud, or the Microsoft Azure platform. Yeah, so we basically help companies with their journey to cloud, and we cover lots of different areas like security, app modernization, development, M365, AI now as well is a very big topic as well in Microsoft, and then obviously also all the security and privacy and ethical usages of AI, and how, you know, with your data and stuff like that with Microsoft. So it's quite a cool landscape at the moment, and yeah, enjoying it so far. It's pretty good.
How long have you been an MVP?
So I've been an MVP now for about just over 3 years. I'm now running into my 4th year. I started off as an MVP in developer technologies, mainly DevOps, and recently been awarded dual category MVP for Azure as well. So in both categories for Microsoft Azure and DevOps at the moment.
Okay, as you can see, we are in a security talk because we both got our black hoodies, which basically is like a necessary thing from Hollywood. And we're gonna be talking about GitHub secrets and best practices for them.
Yeah,
I mean, there have been a lot of like, I remember when GitHub didn't automatically scan for them. It was amazing how many open source repos you found with people's keys in them, with secrets in them, and all kind of bits and bobs in them. But it feels weird that it took so long to actually automatically alert people when they actually put it in there. Do you think that was just an oversight, or was there something that people just thought nobody's gonna do that?
Well, I mean, it has been the open source platform for quite many years, like you say. And I guess when Microsoft kind of almost acquired GitHub, they put a lot of people and innovation and effort back into that. And I mean, it's like a powerhouse, Microsoft. I mean, they'll throw so much developers behind these sorts of things, and they take security quite seriously there at GitHub. So when they introduce things like CodeQL, security scanning, secret scanning, things like that, I agree. It was a bit late, but it's got really good now, and you know, they're really, really proactive on that. Even like, for example, commit histories. If you have historic secrets that you had, it will kind of scan for those histories as well. And so it's almost like a cleanup process as well, I would say. And I've actually got in my demo, I'll show you something else as well that's quite good, where they put stuff in automatically that you can kind of you know, for in case if it's a very critical thing that you forget, maybe to, for example, to when you're putting out a secret or something like that, for example, into an audit log or anything like that as an output, and forget maybe to mask that in your say your CI/CD automation run, it will pick up on that and it will actually mask that for you if you've not done so in you know, in your code or methods or settings, for example. But I'll show that in a minute as well.
Which is bringing me to the topic that we actually should be starting, because this is not the German railroad. We should be starting on time. So I will hand over to you to tell us all about what to not store in GitHub secrets and where to store them. Thank you very much, Marcel.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen here real quick. Just one sec. Just going to share this one. Okay, okie dokie. So, as Chris was saying, my name is Marcel, and I'm a solutions and DevOps architect working at Avanade, dual category MVP in developer technologies and Azure. Before, I have worked in security practice also. My details are here on the screen. If you wanted to connect with me on X or LinkedIn, I have a blog on Dev2 and also my GitHub profile. But I'll jump straight into the demo here. So we're going to talk about just a quick introduction to GitHub secrets, why, you know, how we'd use them, just like a basic overview in the UI, why it's important to do so, like a few pitfalls or common pitfalls that you might want to avoid or come across that you might not think about. And then we're going to look at a more advanced topic where we'll be integrating GitHub secrets with a central vault, like an Azure Key Vault in the Microsoft Azure ecosystem, and why we want to do that. And then we'll also look at a few issues, and best practices around access control. So I'll just jump straight into it. Most of you on here, I mean, because it's a developer community and security community, if you're coding as well, you probably know the importance of having, when you're needing things like API keys and secrets in your code base, but you want to consume that in some sort of way. You want to have that in your code base protected or not visibly seen, because it can basically compromise your system, or the importance of it is basically, for example, to protect your code base in the end of the day from sensitive information, and so that people can't access your systems, and also kind of maintain a compliance and trust with the users of your application. So GitHub brought out what's called GitHub Secrets, and they basically allow you to store secrets in sensitive data encrypted in your code repositories, as well as allowing it for them to be only accessible by users or processes that should have access to them. And then also they make it quite easy to fit into your CI/CD processes and workflows or pipelines. So a basic example, I'm just going to jump into actually my GitHub here just for a sec, just to show you. So I've got a very basic project here that I've started that you might have your application in. And say, for example, I had an application in here that needed access to an API key, or I need to deploy an application and use a password. I could come into my project settings, into my repo settings under secrets and variables. And you'll see here that I've got 3 categories. I've got one for actions, one for code spaces, and one for dependable. Now, GitHub Actions is more things like CI/CD, pipelines, automation workflows that you can run. So if you use Azure DevOps, for example, that would be like your YAML pipeline. It's a YAML construct. You can also have secrets separately for code spaces, and code spaces are basically, they used to be called dev containers. And if you needed to have secrets when you're, say, for example, building your dev container or set system variables, environment variables, you could do so using using the code spaces secrets area. And dependable is kind of an interesting one. And this is a really, it's kind of a deeper topic that I won't go into much, but this is basically also really cool, where you can manage your lifecycle and dependencies of your application. It's got a huge ecosystem of support, for example, NPM, Maven, Terraform even, and it will basically scan your code base for automation pipelines and dependencies, artifacts that might be using to keep them up to date. And it will also notify you of vulnerabilities and stuff like that if you've got an out-of-date library, for example, or but you can also add secrets into these sorts of, it's a special sort of automation that you can run and add additional secrets in to check maybe protected areas of your code. But I'm going to go into actions here, and you'll see that you can set system variables. And those are just like environment variables that you can run, that's going to run. So GitHub Actions will basically run on an agent, which is a hosted agent by GitHub, or you can also have self-hosted agents. So these variables are more like system variables when you're running some sort of script maybe, or automation for that system to know what your variable is. But if it's a secret variable or something that you don't want to have known, then you will put it in here. And there are 3 types of secrets that you can use. There's environment secrets. I'll come more onto that in a minute. And then you've got repository secrets. And then you've also got org level secrets. So I'm in a repository now. It's a single repository in my GitHub org. And if I want to use secrets for this repository specifically, I have to create secrets here in the UI under repository secrets. But I could also have environments set up, and with environments, I'll have the ability to schedule my workflows to run basically and have approvals. So I can set secrets at the environment level if I set up environments, for example. Or, but an issue with this is, for example, with repository secrets, is if I have 100 repositories, and for example, here I've got 3 secrets to use almost like an Azure service account or service principal to kind of authenticate my GitHub against my Azure platform to run pipelines and maybe build stuff in Azure or configure an application or deploy an application. But if I had 100 applications and 100 repos, I would need to set these credentials up one by one per repo, and I would need to rotate them because, you know, secrets would be, we need to rotate, like, for example, API keys, or if you have passwords that's maybe valid for a couple of days and you need to rotate them, you'll have to rotate them through every single repository. And this can become like a cumbersome thing. But just to show you an example, I've got an API key here that I've configured. Now, I can't see anything here. Like, I can't see the secret. Even I set the secret, I can't actually see it. So this is quite important if you're using the UIs. Once you set that secret, you can't go and see it again. So for example, I'll just create a new secret. I'll call it API key 2. And I'll just take a dummy API key here and put that in. And I'll add that. Oops, that didn't put the 2 there. Let's see, API key 2. I'm just going to put that in. And you see, that's my API key 2 now. Now I can only delete it or amend it. I can't actually see it again. So if I go back into this, you see it doesn't show me. I can just change it. So I'll just put the same key, but I can basically update that if I need to. I'm not going to do that now because I don't want to authenticate right now with that. I can't remove that either. Okay, so how would I use this key now in my code? So for example, in my code base here, I have a automation workflow, which is a CI/CD pipeline that will basically just check out my code and use a GitHub action called node to install some npm dependencies, and then I'm going to deploy my application. But if my environment or I needed to use that key, you would use this syntax, which is basically secrets dot the name of the secret. And what this will do is it will then know that it will go and get that secret from the store, and it will consume that in the code. So for example, when I do run my automation here, for the basic example, I can run that and it will go and fetch that code, and it won't, I'll show a little bit this in a demo a bit more. I just wanted to give a brief explanation of how you would actually consume that, that secret there by running your automation. So you would basically reference it in that format. Now, I'm just going to quickly jump back to the slides here. So like I said, you get the environment secrets, which are, I think that will jump me back into there, which are at the environment level, and you can set like approval on those. You have organization secrets, which is shared across all repositories. But this makes it easier because you can have a central place to set up your secrets for your repositories. But unfortunately, that is not available in the, you need an enterprise agreement or a public repo. This is not on private repos, unfortunately. And then you've obviously got the repository secrets, but with that, it's you're not available. You know, you can't available. They're not available to forks, and like I said, it can become cumbersome to rotate secrets if you need to. Why is it important to use secrets? Like I said earlier, it encrypts that sensitive data. It's only accessed by workflows that it needs and people that have access to it, and it will basically prevent your secrets from being stolen, or API keys, or whatever secrets you might be using, and it maintains the security of your code base. Now, some pitfalls that people maybe don't think about is, like, for example, when you hard code secrets in your code base, like I said earlier, if you have commit history, for example, say you committed a secret maybe 6 months ago and didn't forget about it, like you know, on a public repo, or if someone has access to your repo, they can go back and look at your commit histories from, even if the code's not in the latest commit or publicly visible, you know, there are ways that you can kind of get that information. So hard coding secrets is you have to be quite careful and conscious about when you do that. Improper access control as well, and which can basically, you need to make sure that only the workflows that you need access have access. And then also, like I said earlier, like exposing those secrets in logs, because logs can also be obtained, or, for example, pipeline run history and things like that. Now, one big problem at the moment, which is still a problem today with GitHub, is for you to manage secrets or even see secrets, you need to either be an admin on the repo or on the org as a for secrets. So this might be a problem if you're needing to use secrets, but not necessarily need to create or remove them. But you won't be able to, because you won't be able to see them. So this is kind of a little bit of an issue as well. So the solution, what should we do? Is, like, I would recommend to use GitHub Secrets with Azure Key Vault. And I'm not sure if anyone here uses Azure Key Vault, but it's basically a central store in Azure that you can, for secrets management, in a central place. And I will just jump straight back into the demo here. So I've created in my repository that I spoke about. Let me just jump out of this quickly. In my repository here, I've got a couple of scripts that I've already ran, and this repo is public for anyone who wants to come and reuse the code or look at the code. It's basically just some code or PowerShell that will set up a resource group in Azure. It will then set up a key vault, and it will give me access to that key vault. Just a very basic script to create a key vault. And also for the demo, I'm going to create a storage account in Azure. Now, how I can interact with that storage account is through identities or storage account key, maybe a secret. And in this case, what I'm doing is I'm creating, let me just make this text a little bit bigger to know how visible it is. That's maybe a little bit better. So I'm creating, like I said, the resource group, creating a key vault, and then giving access to for my automation or for myself to access that key vault. And then I'm creating a storage account. And then what I'm actually doing here is I'm taking the storage account key to interact with the storage account and putting it into the key vault as a secret. And what that looks like is this would be my resource group here in Azure. And here's my secret, my key vault. And as you can see here, I've got key, secrets, and certificates. And in here, I've got a secret called storage account key. And you'll see here that I've got an ID for the key, and I can basically look at the key here. And you'll see that's my key to get into the storage account. The storage account itself is here. And just to show you, I don't have any containers at the moment in the storage account or files or anything, but I'm going to interact with the storage account using that key, but through GitHub Actions, but retrieving the key from the key vault and then getting my GitHub action to create a container and a file, for example, in this container without exposing that key, but basically using it. So just to show you where those keys are, it's going to be these keys here, which when I created it, I've just popped that into the vault here. What makes this nice is it's a central location. So imagine I had many repositories in GitHub that need the same key or the same storage account. I don't need to now go and set that secret in every single repository up manually. I can just kind of reference it from this key vault. And what I can also do is I can give the access. I don't need to give someone access to the org. The access is maintained separately because maybe the security team is a different team in your organization. They might not want to have access to your repo, or maybe they shouldn't have access to your repo, but they need to maintain the security of the secrets in that repo. So in that case, they might have access to this key vault, but which they can then give access to people in a central way, which is kind of obfuscated away from from GitHub. So you can give people access to secrets. You can even give repositories access and GitHub itself access to this through an identity with federation called OpenID Connect or OIDC, which I'll show as well in a sec, to basically get your GitHub workflow to authenticate to Azure, come into this key vault, grab the secret it needs, and go back and use it with federation, so with passwordless integration. So let me just quickly jump back into here. So the next thing I did, which is this repo itself, is just created a repository, which is this repo itself. So I've just got the script here in case you wanted to create a repo just to play with, to test this functionality out. And then the last bit that I have a script for that I've created was to create that identity or that integration between GitHub and Azure for GitHub to be able to get to that key vault. So in Azure, the identity provider is Entra ID, and with that you can create app registrations or service principals, which is pretty much a service account or identity that you can then link with this repository, and I'll show that in a sec here. So this script here will just basically, you need to give it your GitHub org name, the repo, and I'll go more into that in a sec, and the branch as well. So what this will do is it will create a app registration or service principal, and then it will create a federated access using OpenID Connect. And you'll see here for entity type based on branch and entity type based on pull request. And I'll go into that in just a moment. It will then give that identity the relevant access to the key vault that I need. In this case, it's going to be key vault secrets user, but you can have reader, you can have, you can have it create secrets. There are different levels of RBAC that you can set on that identity. So after running this, let me just quickly show you. In Entra, this has created my app registration here. I've just called it GitHub project name actions OpenID Connect. And if I go into this service account, if any of you have used Azure identities, you will probably know that you can authenticate with these identities either using certificates. The classic way was using secrets. So for example, a password for this identity. And these passwords are generally, you can they generally expire after 2 years, but you want to rotate them frequently anyway. And the problem is right there. You have to rotate them. If you forget about this password, and this has happened, I've seen this happen many times where people would set up identities to run their automation or their building their application. And then 1 year later, it just stops working and no one knows why. And it would either be the service connection or the identity that's used maybe has a secret that has expired and needed to be reset, or maybe there's not practice of rotation or of these secrets. And so with the federated solution, you don't have a password, you don't have secrets, so you don't have that worry about it ever expiring. Your this is like forever account, and each request will generate a different token. And you can see here the different types of federation that you can implement. I've just called it my repo for branch master and my repo for PR. Now, what I mean by that is when you add federation, you can have certain conditions of how you want to authenticate. So whether it's from a branch, from a pull request, from an environment, from a tag. And you can also, so in this case, I'm just going to say, well, if my workflow is running from my master branch, then I want to use this identity using OpenID Connect. But you have different options here, and I'll show that here, that you can create additional ones. This one, for example, is based on pull requests coming from that repo. I'll say use this identity for that. Now, how do I link, now that I've got this, for example, how do I link that with GitHub? So in my overview, you have something here called your application ID. And if you used client secret, you would basically need that also. But just then jumping back to GitHub, just to show you the where we would configure that, is in the same place basically. So so you do still have to configure some secrets, but at least not all your secrets. But what you would need is that application ID from the app itself, and the subscription that it resides in, and the tenant that it resides in Azure. You only need these three things really, and then the identity itself. And just to show you that identity, if I just come into the RBAC or IAM for this key vault, you'll see here that the key vault secrets user is that identity here, which I've just shown you with the federation, and it's a key vault secrets user, so it can go and fetch the secrets and their values as well. So it will be able to go and fetch my storage account key in my utilizing this kind of identity. And it will never expire. So if I were using the older or the other method where I add a secret, or when I come here and I use a client secret, I would require as well a secret for that, and that would also need to be rotated frequently, because you wouldn't want that compromised, especially not for something like an Azure identity, because then they could get to all your secrets, for example, in your vault. Highly recommend using the OpenID Connect federated method. So how do we consume that? So as I have a second workflow here, which is a key vault integration test workflow. I'm just going to open this actually in code here. Maybe no, I'll just stay in here maybe. So on this workflow here, I'm going to check out the code, and then I'm basically logging. I'm using a GitHub action called login to Azure, and you'll see when I log into Azure, all I need is that I reference that OpenID Connect secret, the tenant ID and the subscription ID. Now, what I can do here is I've just written another script, which basically uses Azure CLI that says my key vault name is called that, and my secret, or the key for my secret, the name of the secret is storage account key, which is what was set here. Just going back in here. It's my storage account key. Don't know what the value is, but it will go and fetch that, or it sets these variables. Then it will go and fetch that secret, and it will then go and create a container in the storage account using that container key. And then it will go and create a file in there called hello world using the same key. And then just for what I said earlier about printing out to an audit, when I run this automation workflow, I was going to say, echo out this password. But sorry, not echo out this password. What this step here is doing is it's saying, because this GitHub action is a step, and if I wanted to use the same secret in a subsequent step or job, I could basically save this secret in my automation flow, and I'm going to call it, I'm going to set it as an output to be reused called secret value. And the the step is called get secret storage account key, but I'm also setting that container and file up. But if I wanted to reuse that, rather than calling the key again like that, because I've set this as a variable in my pipeline, I can now basically go and echo that out using that step, which was the previous step, and the ID of that step, which is here, and then get that, what I called it, secret value, which is the name here. Now, what I've actually done here is I've said echo this out. Say, for example, this step, I wanted to create a second file or do whatever, but I don't know what the password is, but maybe I do want to know what the password is, because, you know, I'm not in the security team, I'm a dev. I just want to get the secret to get in the storage account for other purposes. So I'm going to just echo that out here. So let me run this automation pipeline. Where is that now? So just jump back here. And if I go here and I run this, I can look at all the steps as well. That's gonna run. And I do apologize if the demo is very GitHub and Azure heavy as well on the technical side, but I guess the audience is on the technical side. But so basically we're checking out the code here, and there's that login using those. You'll see here it masks my client ID and subscription, but I don't have to worry about the secret because I don't even use secrets now because of the federation. That's now going to retrieve the secret from the key vault. I'm just going to jump back here quickly. So that's retrieved that secret. I'll just close that one down. And now I'm running that script that's creating the container and the file. And let me just quickly, sorry, that's this one here, the retrieval of the secret. And then there where I put that echo out for that to be echoed out. So GitHub actually picked that up and masked that out for me, because that is quite a critical thing to not have it in the logs here. So that's pretty cool. So I couldn't get the secret anyway. But now going back into my storage account, you'll see there's my, oops, no, that's the key. If I go back into my storage account, I can see now I have a container. And in the container, I have this file that it created. If I edit that, I can see it's got hello world, which is basically just the script that ran. But it went and fetched that secret and used it how I wanted it to use to interact with that storage account. And now with this principal, I can give my principal access to other things. If I wanted to in Azure, I can give it access to maybe place a queue item in a automation, like in a storage queue or something like that, or a service bus, or access various services in Azure using that secret for my application or automation that I need. So just jumping quickly back to the slide here. Why would I say it's good to use Key Vault? So Key Vault allows you to store, like I said, secrets in a central location. But I also wanted to just show you one more thing real quick, actually. You don't have to give access to the entire vault as well. You can actually just give IAM access to individual secrets also. So for example, if I wanted to give that app only access to the secret, I could do that. I don't need to give it access to my entire vault, like in GitHub, giving someone access to the entire repository. So there are different layers at what you can set access. And for the demo purpose, I just put it on the Key Vault itself. But I just wanted to point that out as well. So what it basically helps with is if you don't have if you have a private repo or you don't have an enterprise account, and you wanted to use this kind of functionality, or even for your public repos, just to maintain things a bit easier, it keeps it in a central location and it's away from your code base, because other teams might be more interested in just that rather than going through all your code and wondering where you're using the secrets and stuff like that, and vice versa. Maybe the team doesn't need to know what the secrets are. Maybe the security team will just rotate them, or use federation where you don't need to worry about it. So it addresses a few limitations that is in the GitHub platform itself, other than using org level secrets, which kind of helps a little bit as well, or addresses some of the same issues. It basically can be used against multiple repositories, and rotation becomes more of a central place rather than going to have to change passwords in every repository. Like I said, access control is based on RBAC. What's also nice, which I didn't show, which is actually on here, is if I created a new version of the secret, say for example, let's say the new version is something different, or my storage account key, maybe my storage account key needs to be rotated. It can create a new version for me, but I can still see the old version. Now, in GitHub itself, like earlier I showed, when you set that secret, you don't know, you can't see it again, and you can't get back to it. So if someone deletes the secret by accident, you can't get it back. And you can't, with Key Vault, you can actually restore previous versions, and you can see the versions as well, the secret, if you have the right access. So that gives you more flexibility and control as well. Because imagine if someone gets into your repo and deletes all the secrets or change them and don't tell anyone, and you need to restore a secret because your application uses it in 20,000 different places. I don't know, like there could be, I mean, it gives you that flexibility if you need that. So secret history is maintained, and for auditing as well, auditing purposes. So you can actually see who deleted or changed keys if you need to as well, because if you audit your Key Vault. And then, like I said, you can have that integration between GitHub and Azure. It's pretty easy, and it's passwordless through federation, which makes it a really nice way or a nice platform to use for integration. And basically, that brings me to the end of it, of the demo. So there is a QR code if you wanted access to the repo and the scripts and workflows that I showed. If you wanted to have a look, it's a public repo, and you can have a look at how that's set up. And I also have a blog post on GitHub Pro Tips, which covers many different GitHub topics. The security integration with Azure Key Vault, and this talk is also in there. And yeah, I guess that brings me to the end of the demo. Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
And I'm back. I thought I would be automatically added by somebody else, so I didn't. But yeah, good to see it, and good to see that there's some feedback as well. My first feedback is next time, please use another microphone, because people were saying it was crackling a lot. But it seems like you had something in your throat as well. So I don't know if that's just a mixture of both. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
So one of the questions we have was like, do you recommend public GitHub profile or some kind of hybrid with public and private repositories?
I would say it really depends on your organization or your usage that you want to use. I mean, GitHub is all about open source, so public repos is nice. People can have share. If you have, I'd say, open source projects, and sometimes organizations have a mix of an application that is internal or an open source application that they want people to contribute to externally. Or so I would say it really highly depends on the use case. Obviously, if you use public repositories, you get a lot of things included, like, for example, secret scanning. There's a lot of security features that's enabled and that you can actually use and play with without needing to get a GitHub license. With a lot of these things for private repos, you have to basically pay a subscription. But in your organization, it would also be mandated by the security team, I would say, and what you want to do, really, to be honest.
I also got an email yesterday that I'm not opting out on 2FA anymore. So that's actually a thing that GitHub is rolling out everywhere right now, that you always have to have a two-factor authentication.
Yes, yeah.
The other one is like, do you use 3 branches in your company: test, dev, and production, or do you use more? And what are your policies on like different branches?
So the branch strategies, again, it can highly depend. For me, I use, because I'm in a consultancy, the different companies use different strategies. But GitHub does have branch protection strategy or rules also. So, for example, if you have different environments, for example, you could create a branching strategy based on environments. And then on environments, say your dev environment, you might be able to just deploy stuff. And then maybe a QA or UAT environment, you could have a branch protection rule that says a QA team person needs to review this first before allowing that changes to take place. So there are branch protection rules that you can implement in GitHub based on repositories, environments, or branches. But it highly depends again.
Yeah, the last one was, would you recommend to use GitHub to store API secrets and private keys in general, or like as a key manager, or do you think that using a third party or an Azure key store makes more sense for that?
I really like Azure Key Vault because of the functionality and how easy it is to use. But ideally, I mean, for me, storing any sort of secret should be kind of a last resort, really. If you can use identities-based access, like what I just showed with OpenID Connect, you don't need, if you can use passwordless technologies, I would say look at those first. If you really need to use secrets in this way, and I mean, you might need to, it does give a lot of flexibility in terms of API keys, and it doesn't necessarily need to be API keys. It could be any sort of, and it could be anything that you deem a secret. I mean, you could have a storage account name that could be a name of your internal product that you might not want to expose in code. So you could even call that you can use a secret for that. Like it doesn't even have to be a secret to get into a system, but maybe you don't want to reveal certain data about your company, for example, or products that you're running inside of the company. You can mask those as secrets, for example, the actual names of them.
It is always fun with like names. I remember when I worked on Edge in Microsoft, and we just had to keep a secret that the browser is going to be called Edge, because within like hours, there's lots of malware that's actually called the name of the new product of Apple, Microsoft, Google, or whatever. It's unbelievable what a name actually, what kind of attack vector that is. That people that gives it a certain identity and gives it a certain like clout to actually make sure that people say like, oh, that's the official Edge. And the amount of like Android malware that actually is named like the real products is ridiculously high as well. And it's fascinating to see how much that actually could give you also a social engineering angle to actually get into things like saying like, oh, that's on project so-and-so, which is actually a secret project. So it gives people the impression that you are part of the inner circle, so to say. So there's all kind of leakage that can happen that actually makes sense. What I liked, what annoys me to a degree is like how hard it is to integrate from like front-end technologies into things like biometric data. Like the other day, I saw a blog post about 35 minutes read how to actually do fingerprint reading in JavaScript. And in native environments, it's much easier. So do you think that is on purpose, that it's actually the front end is too insecure to allow for these kind of access things? Or is it just that people said like, okay, we come from the other side of things, so we basically didn't think about it?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I won't be able to comment on that. I'm not so familiar with the front end development, but I can imagine biometrics would be a challenge, because you would need to have that data. And if not, like for me, like personally, like you said earlier with 2FA, for example, you need to be present and be able to give that data. Otherwise, you won't be able to authenticate it. So that poses for me, in a way, a problem as well. But it's there for a reason. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting topic, but I'm not sure. Not sure on that.
All right, cool. We're out of time, and we announced that we're going to have a competition right now, so I have to quickly kick you out. Lovely to have you. Thank you very much for being here. And basically, the video will be out next week, and there will be probably more questions on the video for you. And good luck with your meetup in London next time.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much, and thanks everyone for taking the time. And yeah, have a good day.
Cool. Which brings us to the Code 100 challenge. As you might know, Code 100 is a live coding challenge that we had on stage at our Congress last year. And also we had it this year and last year. And we also had it in different cities. This season, we changed it around. We're not going to different cities and have live sessions, but we're going to have Code 100 challenges every time we do a live day. One of them is a multiple choice question on Slido, and the other one is a code exercise that you can do at home, and you can send in your responses, and we take a look at them next week and pick winners from that one. There will be 2 winners from this one and 2 winners from the longer one. If you want to take part right now in the Slido challenge, you can scan the QR code that's on screen here, and then we can actually move over there. So I'm moving my screen to another screen. That's why I'm shifting to the side here. And I'm going to share my screen and get into Slido so we can actually start with the challenge right away. So share my screen. Entire screen. There we go. And this is the live day. So let's switch to the Slido challenge. I've got too many things open, obviously. And here we go. So you should be seeing my Slido right now. I hope you do. Let's take that one down as well so I can see it myself. Excellent. So let's get started and start the quiz. So I want people to join the quiz so we can get started. And as soon as we got like 10 or 12 people here, then we will actually start the quiz. It's this time it's a security themed quiz. Last time was more about the front end. And of course, it's not that hard because it's multiple choice and there's always a chance that you get the right thing to go. So let's give it a few more seconds, and then we can actually get started. Also remember that this one, that the answers of that quiz will be on the website available for you later on. So if you're actually worried about next time, if you get a chance to actually win and you don't have enough people, you don't have enough knowledge for it, you can always get look at the older questions that we had and see what kind of things would actually await you when you go there. Well, we got so far 4 people. That's not many. So hopefully more will come, and we give it a bit of more time for that. Well, it is not many more people coming. That's kind of sad, but I mean, what can we do? Because I put it on social media as well and asked people about it, and hopefully there will be more things coming. But if not, we got like 4 people right now, and they got a chance to win it. So that's not bad idea either. It gives them a much more bigger option to win. All right, I give it another 3 minutes and then we get started. So I see you back in 3 minutes. All right, so let's get started and see who's going to be the Cope 100 champion or challenger this time. Let's get started with the first question. Which of the following is not a security-related acronym? XSS, DDoS, CSRF, MAME, MITM, MITB, or CVE? Let's see what's going on there. They all look quite security-ish to me. And most of the people said MAME is none of them or MITB is none of them. And let's see what the answer is. The answer is MAME. MAME is an engine to actually stimulate old arcade games where you can actually play old games like, I don't know, Monkey Island and these kind of things. XSS is cross-site scripting. DDoS is distributed denial of service attack. CSRF is cross-site request forgery. MITM is man in the middle. MITB is man in the browser, which is kind of sexist. I don't know why it's called man in the browser and not just person in the browser. And CVE is the repository of different things where you actually can see them. And why did it jump back now? Come on. Okay, I'm just trying to find my window with the screen here again. This one? No. Okay, and we're back. Good. So the answer is ready. Let's see who is actually the first one to answer correctly. So Neo is the first one, Adam is the second one, and so on and so forth. Neo, of course, you know from the matrix. So second one, which of the following is not a string method in JavaScript? Too well formed, normalize, link, sanitize, or blink? And the answer is sanitize is not an answer that is actually there. There's a sanitizer API, which is not implemented in all browsers yet, but all the others are actually part of it. The interesting thing is that link and blink and these kind of things are still very, very old JavaScript bits that are still in the language that we cannot remove because some people might rely on them. But it's interesting to see that they're still there. Again, we have Neo and Adam, and then Tio, Ria, Utku. If you win this one, we need you to send us a screenshot that you actually won, and you can send it to chris@wearedevelopers.com, so we actually get the winners and we can notify them and add them to the winner portfolio of next time. Next question. What is not a way to store data in between page loads in JavaScript? Cookies, local storage, window.name, document storage, session storage, or IndexedDB? And let's see what most people were asking and saying. It's either window name or it's document storage. And the real answer is document storage, because that doesn't exist at all. That's just a marketing name for document storage online. Window name actually works across different page loads and can take a lot of data. So you can actually just put a JSON payload there as a string, and that would actually allow you to actually get it from different tabs in there. It's also a security problem that we had in the past. So again, Neo, Tio, Adam, Ria, and Marcus are in the lead. What was the problem with visited links showing up as purple in browsers? It looked bad. Colorblind people couldn't distinguish them from normal links. Attackers used it to show phishing sites, or it was hard to overwrite without important in CSS. I chose the wrong time here, so that's actually a bit longer than it should be, but let's see how long it takes for people to find out what the right answer is. 2 of 7 have already voted, and the others will be coming anytime, I think. It looked bad is always my favorite bug report, when people like, oh, it doesn't look right, and they don't give you information about what's there and what the real problem is. So we got 2 more to vote. And that's that. So most people said that attackers used it to show phishing sites, and some people said it's hard to override without importance. So let's take a look what the answer was. The answer is attackers used it to show phishing sites. What you did is you put a hidden div in there and created lots and lots of links. And if the browser showed them as purple and you used CSS generated CSS value to see which ones are purple, then I knew that you've been as a user on that website before. And that way I can actually show you a phishing site that I know for sure that you've been using. And that way it's easier to actually get your information using phishing. And the last question now is actually now a pseudocode question again. So we have this pseudocode here. Given the following pseudocode, what would 40, 30, 100, 3 return? Either the points of 3 circles with 40, 30, and 100 as their radius, the points of an equilateral triangle with a side length of 100, the points of wave graphs with 40, 30, and 100 amplitude, or the points of 2 circles with radius 100 around 40, 0, and 30, 0. Full disclosure, I did not write that pseudocode. I wrote it in JavaScript and then asked GitHub Copilot to turn it into pseudocode for me. because I don't like coming up with own programming languages because that's not my job anymore. All right, let's see what people said. Most people said it's 3 circles. Well, people said 3 circles, 40, 30, and 100. 20% said like it's the triangle. 40% said it's wave graphs, and nobody said it's actually going to be 2 circles. So let's see what's in there, what the right answer is. The right answer is a triangle. So where you can see it is the n here. You take pi times 2, which is a full circle, and you divide it by 3, which means there's going to be a triangle at the end of it. And that takes us to the winners. So we got Neo, Theo, and Adam winning. And that is the end of the session. So these are the 2 winners. So Neo and Theo, whoever you are, please send me your email at chris@developers.com, wearedevelopers.com, with your real name, where you're located, and a photo, so we can actually report that in the winner thing itself. So thanks very much for taking part. So that was the Code 100 challenge for this time, and we can go back to the normal programming that we're gonna be working on right now. Which brings us to the next talk, and this is gonna be interesting, because for the first time, I have to worry about the pronunciation of a name. So we got Paweł here with us. Paweł Łukaszuk? Am I right in the ballpark?
Almost perfect. Paweł Łukaszuk.
Okay, that's good. So how are you doing?
Well, I'm fine. I'm a bit nervous. I'm not a fan of online presentations, but it's
a good chance to get started and try a new talk out and then put it on stage next time and woo the real people. I know what you're saying. Like, I hate that you don't have any feedback from the audience, that you actually cannot see what people think about it, and you don't know if they're even looking. So it's a weird thing to do. But I mean, we got to get through it, and it's a good way to get started as a presenter and to sort it out. You're going to talk about Passwordless Web 1.5, which is an interesting 1.5. So it's between 1 and 2. And I'm just basically seeing that you are already nervous. So how about we just get started with your talk? So if you start sharing your screen, then we can get you started presenting.
Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. Okay, I see that.
Let's learn all about the Passwordless Web 1.5.
Okay, so hi everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Data and Security Day. I'm Paweł, and I'm here today to share with you vision of Internet without passwords. This talk is titled Passwordless Web 1.5. Later, I will describe why this is 1.5. So let's start with question: what is wrong with passwords? And you know, there are plenty of issues. First of all, how to create a strong password? How long it should be? Is 8 characters enough, or should it be 20 characters? What should be the longest possible password in your system? 64, 128? Should people use special characters like numbers, like ASCII numbers? Should we allow user to use non-Latin characters, like for instance those 2 fancy L's in my first and last name, or Arabic letters, or Chinese? Should this all be allowed? Another problem is creating unique passwords. This is really difficult if you have used internet for many years, because at the beginning, if you have 1, 2, 3 accounts, it's not a big deal. If you have dozens or even 100 accounts, then you need to spend a lot of time thinking about new passwords. And most of us don't like do it, so we have 5, maybe 10 passwords and reuse it on daily basis. There are statistics from Chrome Password Manager that's saying that average user have one really important password that used for 20% of all accounts. And this is why people use simple accounts, simple password. This is the word cloud from password obtained to do data leaks, and you see the most frequent password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have password, you have a lot of combination of digits or words. If you see that some password seems to be quite strong, then it's probably just a combination of letters from keyboard that is easy to write. Like for instance, QWERTY, one of really common passwords. And a lot of passwords, those are names, dictionary phrases, pop culture references, and or combinations that are simply easy to write using a keyboard. And there's a lot of more issues, like for instance, mandatory password change. If you worked for a company like bank, like IT companies, then you probably are familiar. You're lucky if you have to change your passwords once 3 months. I had to change my password once a month, and it was nightmare. And this is not an initiative of users. We are simply forced to do it. And what is interesting, smart people figure out that forcing users to change password doesn't work. And there are a lot of issues regarding that, because you force people to change password frequently, then those passwords will be easy to predict, or will be really simple, because why to bother with coming with something difficult when you need to change it in 30 months. And this advice that you should not change password arbitrarily, this is not my invention. This is something that Microsoft came up. This is something that OWASP came up. And even American National Standard Institute also came up with this advice. So not to force user change password. And this is advice from at least 5 or 6 years ago. It is still valid, but in your bank, in your company, you simply need to change your password. And it's really hard to convince people not to force you to do it. And how it ends? I think you probably know the algorithm. When you need to change password, you simply add some number at the end and increase by 1 during every change, or you add name of season, or you add some color. So we have my favorite password 1, my favorite password 2, and it goes up until you leave this company. Even we developers don't follow these rules that we enforce from our users. I used to work with a software architect who was bragging that his password ends with 65. So we can predict which will be end of the password next month. Another issue is how to remember all those passwords. A lot of people use the post-it cards and then to post it under your laptop, over your screen, or somewhere in your documents. It may be not as bad as it sounds, but there's a problem, because those cards are really small and you don't fit a lot of credential on this. I tried to do some study how many accounts average internet user have, and it was really hard, because no one wants to share how many passwords they use, probably because they don't know how many unique passwords they have. So I use myself as an example. And I have 203 passwords for my personal use and 51 for my business use. So this is a lot. There is no way I would memorize even half of that. And I know this number only because I'm using a password manager, and I'm using it for every single password I have. Probably most of you have less passwords. I have a habit then to create account in every service I use, and create separate accounts. So I don't use third-party password providers, credential providers, like for instance, Twitter, Google, or Microsoft. If I need to create an account, I will create it on this specific platform. It makes my security a bit lower, but make my privacy a bit better. So this is trade-off. And regarding password managers, generally, password managers are fine, but they are still far from perfect, because this password manager is usually a small ecosystem. You have a desktop application, you have a mobile application, you have browser extension, some cloud account, and synchronization mechanism. So there's a lot of place when something can go wrong. And it sometimes goes wrong. You probably remember a leak from the LastPass password manager 2 years ago when some credentials were leaked. There are also some issues with other password managers. Well, it is far from perfect, but if you need to store your password, this is perfectly fine using password manager. Highly recommend it. And another problem is, even if you have strong password, strong unique password stored in password manager, it's not the end of your problems, because your security also depends how good is the server side of the application. And believe me, I have seen a lot of applications where passwords were stored used MD5 hash algorithm or SHA-1, or even I came across application where password were stored using plain text. And when this data leaks, your password will be leaked, and no matter how strong it is, your credentials are public. And talking about data leaks, when this occurs not only for small companies or online shop, but also for biggest companies in the world, like for instance Facebook. There are times when Facebook stored the password in a secure way, but there are also passwords in application logs, and those were stored like a plain text. And I don't remember the number, but it was more than 100,000 of password leaks. And the password leaks exactly like in this picture, like a waterfall. You probably know this page. Have I been pwned? This is screen from 2 days ago. So we have 14 billion credentials leaked. And when I did this presentation half a year ago, there were 13 billions of leaked passwords. So 1 billion leaked credentials in half a year. And my credentials also leaked from Dropbox. So even if you're a security professional, you still are not perfectly safe. And another issue with password is phishing. So phishing is someone, a malicious actor, who convince you to use your real credentials or fake site. And this is now probably the most important security problem, because a lot of attacks start from phishing. This is said by Deloitte, based on their worldwide knowledge. And this is also visible in smaller scope. For instance, in Poland, when I'm working and living today, our national organization involved into computer security says that more than half of unique incidents was phishing. And the number of these phishing incidents grows about 60% per year. Some of you may say that it's not a problem because we have two-factor authentication, and not really, because okay, two-factor authentication works fine, because you go to the website, you put your password, and then you're asked to put your one-time password and send it back to server. But if you have a malicious actor who is live when you are doing this login on page, he can simply show you fake website, gather your real one-time password, and send it to the real website. And this is how, for instance, happened to breach to Uber main systems with simple phishing and people who had a lot of time and ideas how to do it. There is one solution which is really good, almost unbreakable. So those are security physical keys. But this is another problem because you need to convince user to pay to buy those keys, and YubiKeys cost about 25 euros, and you need at least two, one for daily use and one as a backup. And I believe you won't convince your user to pay this amount of money. And another problem is that you eventually need a lot of YubiKeys. This is not in stock photos. If you look at the camera, those are my real YubiKeys I use on daily basis, and those are not all of them. Some of them I stored as a backup in a different place. So we have our password, two-factor authentication, YubiKeys. We are adding another layer of security, and those layers still fall apart because, well, basically, passwords are solution from old time when everything was analog, and we are using this on digital world. So we need something else to do. And this is where our hero of the stock comes, passkeys. Passkeys is a really new idea, but it is based on quite old basics. Because passkeys is FIDO2 standard, which also introduced web authentication and setup protocols. And this standard is known for at least 6 or 7 years, but this is done in a way more user-friendly way. And this is why my talk is called Passwordless Web 1.5, because 1.0, it was only this FIDO part. And with this user-friendly layer, this, in my opinion, it's something not changing everything, but making it really, really easy to use. But how it works? First, you need a device that can handle cryptography, store data, and verify the user. So you need a computer, tablet, laptop, cell phone, or for instance, YubiKey. You also need a fairly modern version of operating system. It may be macOS, it may be Windows 10 or 11, it may be Chrome OS or some of the latest Ubuntu versions. I'm not sure about other Linux distributions, but for sure on Ubuntu it works. And third part of our puzzle is up-to-date browser, and this browser needs to be based on Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. And I believe most of you have all those set already in place. This is how it looks on the details. So we need at least a device with Android version 9 and or iOS version 16, or macOS 13, or Windows 10 11, or some new version of Ubuntu. But how this all work? Well, basically, it's just an asymmetric cryptography. So you have your private key stored on your device, which is secret and it's impossible to share with others. And you have public key, which is shared and stored by server. Server send you a challenge. Your device encrypt this challenge, send a response. Server decrypt this message, check if it is valid challenge. If yes, then everything is fine and you're logged in. I will not make an academic speech, so let's go to how it works from the user point of view. Let's start our workflow with register to new application. I used for this webpage called passkey.org. You can go to this webpage and also test how it works and try to do this on your devices. I do this test on cell phone with Android version 12, so it's not the newest version, but it works fine. You go to this page, you check your username, and then press sign up. Then your cell phone asks you to create passkey. So you write name of the user, press continue. Then you are asked to unlock your device. This is really important. Your device need to have some locking mechanism. It may be PIN code, it may be password, it may be some shape, it may be biometrics. You simply need to be able to lock your device, which I believe everyone who have cell phone do right now in place. When you unlock your device, well, you are registered on this website. This your device create a private key on your device when it will be stored, and it won't leave your device. And your public key was sent to the server. If you want to log in from multiple cell phones or the other devices, you may need to create separate credentials for every device, and this is perfectly fine. If you want to log in, then you go to page, put your username, choose sign in with passkey. The server sent information to your browser, and the browser sent information from device, and you're asked if you want to use this passkey, which is already saved. If yes, you are again asked to unlock your device, and if unlock goes right, then you are logged in. You don't need to remember any password. You don't need to write it. You just need to remember your username, which is probably quite common, maybe your email or your simple nick. If you want to manage your credentials, well, there are not a lot of things you can do as a user, because this is how it looks on your Android phone. You have just list of website. You create your passkeys. You can edit those credentials, but the only thing you can change is how it is displayed on the list. You cannot see your private key. You cannot change it. You cannot export it easily. So, and you can also delete it. And editing those passkeys is only change of metadata. You cannot change your private key. And what is important, those private keys are stored in safe space in your device. So, for instance, in iPhone, it will be enclave. In Android, some kind of equivalent of this mechanism, and on Windows or on desktop, it may be TPM. So, specialized hardware to store those credentials. But if you want to log in on another device, you can also use something called cross-device authentication. I used here my old laptop, but with Windows 10 and quite modern browser. I went to the same page, wrote my username, chose sign in with passkey, and now I got this pop-up with ask what credential provider I would use. I chose that I would use the external credential provider, so my phone. Now I got this QR to scan. I take my phone, scan this QR. So we got a view like this. We see that we have some message with FIDO protocol. This message looks like this, so it's nothing easily visible on that. I open this in browser, and this is interesting thing, but because I'm asked to turn my Bluetooth on. And this is proximity detection. Both devices need to use Bluetooth, so we are sure that both devices are closed. So it is impossible to do phishing, because for phishing, malicious actor is usually far away, and without this Bluetooth connection, they cannot force you to log in on a fake website, because simply Bluetooth won't connect. If Bluetooth is on, okay, I was asked if I want to use these credentials, then again I unlock my phone, and I'm logged in on computer. And what is interesting, the credentials are not stored in computer. Simply, my computer asked my phone if I can confirm my credential. If yes, I just send this confirmation. And this computer, if I want to log in again on this computer, then well, I cannot do this. I need to use my phone create another credential pair on this device. But remember, it doesn't mean that we should log to our accounts on not trusted devices, because those devices will have our session cookies, and with session cookies you can take management of this account. And what is really marvelous in passkeys, there is this perfect phishing resistance. First of all, you need to, if you use this cross-device authentication, you need to be in proximity. So the threat actor need to be close to you, which they usually won't want to do. And if, for instance, threat actor create a fake website, it still won't allow you to log in. I maybe skip a few slides. Because when you want to log in, the web server sent information about the domain to our browser, and our browser also take the name of this domain and send it to your device. And if those domain doesn't match, for instance, some criminal created a exactly looking website but with a bit different name, if those domains don't match, simply your device won't allow you to log in on your page. So you don't need to look carefully on URL address. Your authentication device will take care of you. And what if you have multiple devices? Because I believe most of you have cell phones, some kind of computer. It may be laptop, it may be desktop, it may be also a tablet. What we can do? Well, we can create pair of credential on every device, which is a bit of a problem because you need to open, log in, and so on and so on. You can use built-in credential managers. For instance, if you log in on your device from Apple company, all your credentials will be synced through your account. And the same situation, if you log in using Chrome browser, all your credentials will be synced through your Chrome account, which is quite good. But what if you don't trust those companies? Because you're sending your credentials for some other company. You can also use third-party providers like password managers. Yes, password managers also allow to use passkeys, like for instance Bitwarden, Dashlane, and many more. But again, you know that there were leaks from password managers. But if you are really concerned about your privacy, you can store your passkeys on a physical device. Here are my YubiKeys. But there are a few issues with YubiKeys. Usually, there's a limited storage of passkeys on this device. On my YubiKey, this is only 25 credentials, which is good but not perfect. And this YubiKey need to be not so old because they all support passkeys from software version 5.2. It's not a big problem, but you need to look at specification of your device. If your device is 2, maybe 3 years old, I believe it should support those mechanisms. What about usage of this mechanism? Well, there's a website called Passkeys Directory, in which you have a list of all companies that support passkeys right now. So far, there are only 175 pages, but it rose by 20 since last month. And you see, the logos, I just brought the most well-known pages like Adobe, like Google, like PlayStation. So you can use this passkey right now on many supported platform. But what I found that not every passkeys are not supported in every region or for every customer. This is for companies sometimes considered as a premium service or as something used as a proof of concept or testing. For instance, in LinkedIn, it took me a while to find a person who is able to use it. Not every user can use it. I don't know why, and companies don't want to say why this is like that. I don't say a lot about developer point of view because this is a topic for a really long talk. Implementing this is quite challenging. Specifications have more than 200 pages. There are a lot of sharp corners, and you need a real software developer to do this. Not just a person who know how to write code, but just a person who understands how it works and like to dig deeper into details. There are a lot of non-trivial problems, but everything is described in manuals. There are a lot of advice what you need to check, what you need to care about. But remember, this is not just an import some NuGet or npm package and set up credential links and or configuration. You need to write a lot of code. There are external providers, but companies with whom I work won't allow to store any credential on third party. Oh, and one more thing, don't use ChatGPT because this is a quite new approach. So information provided by ChatGPT are mostly useless and in the biggest part also wrong. So you simply need to go to the page and see how it works. What should we do? And we are coming to end of my presentation. I'm sure that the passkeys won't become really popular in a year or two because this is a lot of hassle to implement it. And you don't change your credential management on your application on your website every year, but maybe in every 5 or 10 years. But for now, we don't have any better mechanism which is affordable and equally secure. If you want to learn more about this mechanism, you can always contact me via email or social media. And I also prepare you a link with link to useful websites and other materials which may answer your question or provide you with a lot of examples. And I hope you enjoyed this presentation. And we are going back to studio.
Hello. Yeah, that was interesting. It's an interesting idea that passkeys have been around for such a long time. As you said, like a 6-year-old technology to a degree. But it's actually, there were a few things. You said implementing as a developer is not that easy. But the other thing that I had from privacy experts was basically like, do you really trust those companies with your passkeys? Like you're beholden to another provider, which is a commercial company that could at any time actually go away. So
yes,
do you think that is one of the things why people don't embrace it as much? That there's, especially as a lot of companies right now have security issues right now. So there's like the trust that we had in these big brands in the past in terms of security seems to have taken a dent lately. And do you think that's part of why passkeys aren't as common as they should be?
I think it's a bit more complicated because as I mentioned in presentation, you don't change your credential mechanism often. And for most of companies, taking care of security of your customer is not their business. And if password work fine, there are a lot of other places when you can put your money and get more customer. If you put on your advertisement that you use passkeys, then nobody care, really. User expect to be safe without them to do anything. And we as developers or business people, we need to change our approach and put more effort into those creating those safety mechanism. And regarding those trusting third-party companies, well, you don't have to trust it because, as I mentioned, you can use your YubiKey again, or you can, for instance, use password manager self-hosting. I believe Dashlane or Bitwarden have a possibility to self-host your application, so you can store everything on your infrastructure. Personally, I use YubiKey because I have a lot of this, and still I don't have more than 25 accounts, so it's not a big problem for me. And I like this key; it looks good and it works fine. And also, I was a bit concerned about leaving those credentials for companies, but to be honest, if you use iPhone or MacBook, you already gave almost everything to Apple. If you use Chrome and use Chrome Manager and have your email on Google, on Gmail, all again gave almost everything to this company. So does giving your credential really change everything?
It's interesting that the latest version of macOS at the beginning just synced everything to Apple to iCloud, like your key store as well, which was an opt-in in the past. So it's interesting that these things are just taken as a normal thing, that you just trust the companies to do it. So you might be right that is not an issue. And that the sad truth that you also said is that a lot of companies don't see security as their business model because it doesn't sell. It doesn't tell when you say, like, we use passkeys, nobody would care, but we have a new feature, it's much more interesting to people. Those YubiKeys remind me of the RS, what were the old ones that in 2000, when I worked at Yahoo, we had these keys that
yes, the RSA tokens which generate the keys, this time-based password. They were even more expensive than the YubiKeys. I also used it, but they were even more expensive and way bigger because it was in the size of quite big pen drive. And I think they are all out of business right now. I haven't seen one for years.
Me neither. And it's the other thing is, of course, we had like company cards that you would put in a card reader to actually, when I worked at Microsoft, when I started in 2015, we still had those. And the bigger problem there was that web applications would never get access to that kind of technology. So the security of those were always just dependent on a password or two-factor authentication nowadays. So we made sure that only the closed environments are actually the most secure, that have a physical aspect to it as well. So the interesting thing is, like, I like the data that you showed about the passwords and how they are. And it seems like asking people to change their password every 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever is actually an anti-pattern, because it teaches people to use very simple passwords. Why do you still think companies do it?
I think that this is something they are used to do it, and it's simply really difficult to change your habits. And a lot of people don't read new advice, because 1 or 2 days ago there was a lot of buzz on Twitter about new recommendation from NIST, when they again recommend, do not force people to change your passwords. But I read it. A few of my fellow developers also read it, but I don't believe if CSO or security managers have time to read it. And simply, if they have a mechanism which works, they don't work it. And forcing people to change your password every month is usually just one checkbox in your infrastructure, so it's easy to do, and they think that it brings no harm. But
when people use password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 every week.
Yes. Smarter people at seasons names, like for instance winter 21, winter 22, and again, it doesn't matter. It's just make people to make your password easier. And what you said about those smart cards you used to log in your computer device, I also use it. There is another problem because not only that your browser cannot connect to it, there's also another hardware you need to buy, another hardware you need to take care of, and it's not a cheap hardware. And using this physical device for passkeys, because it doesn't need to be YubiKey. This can be key for any other company. The standard is open. And there's this standard CTAP. It is wrote to communicate between this device and your browser. So everything is in place. You just need to use it. And well, as a developer, you don't need to care about it because there are just a few functions in JavaScript you need to evoke, and browser and the operating system do everything.
One of the weird things is always like when you use a VPN, for example. I use a VPN on my phone, and I use Malware because they encrypt in memory rather than writing to the hard drives and to their servers as well. And when I go into my car, it basically would not connect to Android car when the VPN is on. And you're just like, what's going on there? This is really bizarre. Or the other thing with my Mac, basically, I love that I have my fingerprint to actually unlock my machine. But every time I go to a new wireless, it actually asks me to put my password in there. And of course, that means I take I take a simpler password than I would have normally taken, because I need that to ensure that my more secure way of logging in is turned on again. So it feels like there is always, we make something very secure with a fingerprint reader, for example, and then we actually force people into a continuous entering of their password, which you normally don't do, and logging, and you cannot use a password manager because it means unlocking the machine for the first time.
Yes, this is why security is so complicated. And, as I also mentioned, we as developers really often do not follow the rules we enforce from our users. And you mentioned this problem with logging. I used to work with company when every day after logging to computer, I have to log into my instant manager and to a few websites. So I spent at least 10 minutes every day to logging with all those websites, accepting one-time password on cell phone, or writing text messages from cell phone to computer, and it was terrible and I hate it, but you cannot do anything about it because it was what our security managers want. And I don't believe it make our systems more secure. This was simply more difficult, and people's ordinary users, because we are doing things for ordinary users, then should not be forced to do things that are complicated or that are hard to use. They want to simple solutions, and I believe that those passkeys or those credentials managers which are connected with your biometrics, this is a good approach, because it was easier to convince ordinary people to use your fingerprint device than to remember those PIN codes. Yeah. And it works. I see that it really works.
And I mean, the interesting thing about it, I mean, I kind of liked it when my company gave me a key. It kind of felt like, okay, I'm now part of this company. Like, it feels like a very secure thing to do, even if it's not. But right now, it's one of the most secure ways of doing it. And it feels like, much like you get your card to get into the office, you get your key to log in. So it gives a bit of a connection to the company as well. You were talking about ChatGPT being outdated because it takes money and time to actually get those new models sorted. That's why the information in it, especially in the free version, is like up to 4 years old. What do you think about fake imagery and fake videos? I mean, a few years ago, it was like facial recognition and unlocking with facial recognition, and it needed movement, and that was what was possible to fake it. But now with like generated video, we're in a completely different world of like all of these things being possible to fake. Like a few seconds of my voice, and I could synthesize my voice for a passcode. Do you think that's something that we have to really consider right now, that we are in a whole world of like generated content that might break across biometrics?
Well, we have different ways of biometrics, not only this facial recognition, so we can switch to all other methods. But for image recognition, yes, it will be difficult, especially if this is automated process. If this is not automated process, for instance, a few months ago, I need to connect with some of authority in my country and via Microsoft Teams, and I was asked to do something like that, because when you're moving your hand, you have this, cover part of your face, and you have those shadows, and for most of generated images, you will see artifact, you will see some errors. Okay. And of course, probably most of those models are not prepared for this movement. But again, this is only where this when you're interacting with real human on the other side. And for automated systems, maybe the solution is to enrich your sensors with proximity sensor. I believe that in Apple devices, there is also an infrared camera or some kind of lidar that not only check the picture of your face, but also have some depth recognition. So they see that this is not a flat screen, but this is some that you have your nose, mouth. But again, this is another device, another sensor you need to pay, you need to introduce, and it can break. But for more sophisticated systems, it will work. And we can always go back to our fingerprints reader, which in cell phones also have this. I believe that now fingerprints readers are not checking image, but are checking waves, how they broke on your fingers. So you need a 3D model of your finger to get in. But well, there's a lot of problems, and we'll see how it will be solved. We have a lot of
recognize a pulse to make sure that it's actually not a copy of it, rather than just a real finger kind of thing. So there's all kind of interesting bits that can be worked around that way. What is your idea of captchas? One of the things that in the past we use captchas to make sure that we cannot get attacked by bots mostly, and they're getting more and more sophisticated and more annoying. And they're always an accessibility issue as well, because somebody who can't see or can't use a mouse, they cannot actually follow some of the cool new captchas that we have right now. Do you think they are more of a security against bots, or do you think they really are for the user out there?
This is a hard question, because I quite often fail at captchas when I need to choose some images. Maybe I'm digging too much into details of those pictures, but at least 30% of captchas I fail. And for sure, they help to tame at least a bit of those lamest bots on the internet. But now you can solve captchas using all those generative AI mechanism, and I don't know if maybe I don't know. I'm sure that captcha is based on recognizing what is in the image, that it's not working anymore, because we have too many mechanisms that can get us around. But maybe captcha which want us to do something, or there's, for instance, captchas which require you to press some buttons or click some buttons in a specific order. Maybe this will help. For sure, this always will be a problem for people who have some disabilities, or who are in the best shape today, or their glasses are broken. This is also a problem. But this is the complicated topic for me. For UX and UI and accessibility, you need an expert. But a lot of more companies are concerned about it, and they see not only potential in disabled customer, but also as a part of their branding strategy, that there are no customer left behind. So I think that that will be more companies that would put effort to work with this. And I believe in European Union we have some law that expect us to be prepared for this situation, but I'm not a front-end engineer, so this is outside of my scope of interest.
Yeah, it was always a problem as well, is if you force people into this kind of thinking, then they normally will make solutions that can't get them sued, but actually is not for the end user. But I guess we're getting off topic, and we're also way past the time that we're supposed to be here. You've done well. You're less stressed now, I think. And
yes, I'm perfectly relaxed right now. When you start talking and you know what you're talking about, it's much easier. Only this part when you are before the start, this is the most stressful one.
But thanks so much. There was lots of information in there. We're going to edit the video and bring it out next week as well. And hopefully we'll learn more about from you in the future, and see maybe in half a year's time when everybody took on passkeys and YubiKeys, then you don't need to give that talk, but give another one again.
Well, that would be nice. We'll see in a few months, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, now we're getting to a section that we call quick tricks. And I didn't prepare a video for this time, so I'm going to do it live. And what I'm going to talk about today, to a degree, is something that I'm always fascinated by developers that they're doing all the time. I worked on the Chromium developer tools for Edge back then, as the developer tools in the browser. And we have debugging in there, all kind of cool stuff going on. And everybody just goes for console log instead. So a few years ago, I actually wrote a detailed article about this, which I'm going to go through right now and give you a bit of information about the bits and bobs that are in there that you can play with. And you can learn much more about what console log and what the console in the browser can do for you. So let me share my screen and actually get me to show you that kind of stuff. There we go. I move myself over to the other monitor again, and then you can actually see the article that I talked about. This is the article, Moving Beyond Console Log, where I wanted to teach people to actually think more about what console can do for you and what is more than console log. You can see it here, and you can. It's on GitHub, so you can actually contribute to it as well if you wanted to. But just for seeing it and trying things out, then it's actually there. There's also a demo page, and it's also available as a page. So you can try. We can go through that one right now, which might be more readable here. And we can open the console next to it, so we can actually see the things that we're talking about. So the first thing that most people do when they do a console log is they just have something like an x equals 5. So we do x equals 5, and then you have a y equals 3. And then they just do a console log of the y and x. But the problem with that one is that you normally don't know what you're actually logging there. And if you have lots of stuff at the same time, then you're actually confused about what you actually were showing. A very simple trick of working around that is just to put curly braces around something that you log, because that actually turns it into an object, and it gives it the name and the value. So that's the simplest trick to actually get that started. So that's something that saved me a lot of time when I actually started using console log, rather than having to write a console log x equals this, which you would normally do as well. You can also format logs. That is something I have not seen anybody use ever. And the only thing I've seen is that people use like CSS to do logs and show things bigger than they're supposed to be. But there's like there's like the S, the I, and D, logs as strings, logs as integers, floating point value, and so on and so forth. So if you take that one, for example, you can do a conversion. So you copy that one over, you can see console log, IX is as developer, and then you say 10 and console, and then 10 times console developer. So this is something like a printf for the console. I don't know why it's in there, or actually who used it or who came up with that, but it's an interesting thing that it's in there. And you can also convert with that. So if you take, for example, a long number and you just want to have the integer, you can change that number to an integer by using the %i and then 12 point something, and it just gives you the 12. And the C is something that I've seen people use mostly about the pages when you go to Meta or you go to Twitter, and it basically says like, don't open the console because you might mess up things. And what you can do with that is that it actually can style the console. So you can say like, you do a %C, pay attention to me, and then the color and the font size. You can use any CSS to actually show things in the console. People even show images in the console by using them, by turning them into ASCII. And there's also one hack that shows images in the console. Please don't do that. This is a debugging thing. We should not actually use that as an extra level to show interesting bits in there. That people don't use much. So if you take, for example, here the console group and console logs, you can actually start a group end and group end. So that way you would have a collapsed part where you can log a lot of stuff rather than having a huge log that actually applies to asks you to scroll all the time. So you can actually have collapsed and expanded bits in your console just by labeling them, and start with a console group with a label and end with a label. You don't need a label, then it just does one. But if you want to log different things, you can do it that way. The group collapsed actually means that it actually is collapsed by default, which might be another thing to not actually fill up your console without needing to. So this one now here shows you that there's two collapsed groups inside the one group. So that way you can actually nest them as well if you want to console log a lot of stuff. But this is probably a better way to actually do a write a log out instead. You can filter the console for different levels. So you can see here, just show me info warnings and others, or show me verbose, which actually shows all the things that are going on there. So if you just see a console that's full of stuff that you're not actually using, like third-party errors and these kind of things, you can filter the console for different levels to just show bits and bobs of it that you want to have and that you're interested in. And I think that's a very powerful thing to do as well. There's a count method, because many times you actually start using an I or I++ and console log that one, but you can actually give a console count, and that one would then automatically increase the count when you call the count method again. So this is a very simple way to actually do an iteration or test how many times something has been called without actually having to introduce another global JavaScript variable. There's a timing method, which actually allows you to actually get the timing of a call, how long that took, so you don't actually have to do that in your JavaScript either. And you could also use live expressions. So that's something that a lot of people don't know about. So this one is that one here. When you click on that I, you can actually create expressions. So you can say, like, if you want to know the window inner width, window scroll top, for example, then you don't need to actually do a console log every single time you do that. But if you turn that one on right now, then you actually should see it according to that. So, okay, don't know why that works right now, because I'm actually, not scrolling that one that way. So normally what it does, it actually shows something up here, and you can see it happening on top of the console. You can try that out. You can see that in the video here as well, where I got the mouse keys, the mouse X and Y, and that one would flood your console. But if you actually create an expression and you say the X and Y, then you don't need to flood the console, but you can just see these values changing here instead. So that's something that also might be interesting for you to debug. You can manipulate the current document as well, which is something we don't have time for this time, but that's something we might actually go through next time. So come back next week when we have another thing here, or just go through the article yourself. So this is something that you might not know about console. There's lots and lots of great stuff in there. You should know more than console log, and you should do more debugging than console log as well. And that's it for quick tricks this time. This article is available to you, and we can go back now to the normal programming, because the next speaker that I'm very excited about is already here. So I stop sharing right now, and we go back to the studio, where I'm going to be inviting the next person. Lirantel from SNCC is up next, and let's see what he's like.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
The hat that he has on his profile or his avatar on everything, and I was wondering if you would wear it today, and you do, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I had to live up to the expectation here for you.
Not bad. So what are you going to cover today?
So we're going to talk about, I think it's a good flow from your kind of like debugging stuff, because we're going to debug a bit of like maybe insecure code. So insecure code, vulnerabilities in code, Gen AI. I'll be, showing a lot of examples. And I think like real life situations in which generative AI kind of like maybe has some issues related to security. So I kind of like want to bring it up and create an awareness for it. So yeah, I think if you're a developer, you kind of like enjoy the debugging session here for console log. You're gonna have some fun, I hope, in my secure debugging session as well.
Okay, you're VoIPing a bit, so hopefully the connection will be okay. But let's see what works out, and if not, people can just read your slide deck and go from there. But I'm quite sure that as soon as your neighbors stop watching Netflix or something, then it's going to be much more interesting as well. So can machines dream of secure code? I mean, let's go back to like, do androids dream of electric sheep kind of thing?
Exactly. Yeah, that's where I got it.
All right. Okay, so without further ado, Lirental, I guess you're going to talk about yourself a bit as well, and then we're going to have Q&A later on. Again, super nice that you managed to do it, and let's see if machines can dream of secure code.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining. So yeah, let's figure out if machines do dream of secure code. And before we'll dive in, I kind of want to give you just a small intro about myself. My name is indeed Lirental, also known as the guy with a Yoda hat. I'm a developer advocate at Snyk, where we are building an application security platform for developers, for you to kind of like help you secure your code and your applications. I also enjoy working on this intersection of open source, Node.js security, JavaScript security, web security in general, and just like doing a lot of security research and making that accessible and fun to learn for developers. So I am involved in several activities and projects and communities. Some of them are here. If you kind of like want to participate in any of those, please also reach out. I'm happy to kind of like, get you on one of those projects as well. And if you wanted to like participate in open source too as well, that's a good entry. So I'm gonna go and deep dive into some code here, and I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna have revisited in several perspectives throughout this talk, which is your vulnerable line of code is your first security regret, and this is what I mean by this. So think about the situation in which you're reviewing some code, and I'm going to put here this JavaScript middleware code for an Express application where there's a route and there's a request response objects there, and potentially you're doing something with that input. So for example, a user.find example here talks about potentially maybe doing a login because you select the username and password. And as you look at it, you kind of like need to be very conscious, right? Like very security oriented what's going on here. Some of you might, already see this and come up with different aspects, as in, is there sanitization? Is the password saved plain text or not? So it might seem to an extent even naive and simple. But let's talk about why that is, like why this is an issue to begin with, beyond all the stuff that we talked about before. Even if before that there's potentially other middlewares that come in and do sanitization. So first off, really the culprit here is the fact that we're passing usernames and passwords. So as they come from user input to these sensitive methods, right? Like user.find and flows into this object. And this could potentially result in something that's known as a NoSQL injection. So imagine that the request body is not just for the password, is not just a string, but an actual payload of an object. And if that's the case, and that flows into some versions and instances of the Mongoose library and MongoDB as a NoSQL database, that could actually result in operators like specific, special operators that were created as part of like the language and the stack itself to allow you to do things, right? Like perform regex findings and filtering for records on the document. But potentially it could also come from user input like that and would result in a NoSQL injection. Now, again, I specifically wanted to kind of make use of this example because it is kind of seem obvious, like, yeah, you should sanitize code and things like that. But as developers, I think we're sometimes having that tunnel vision of focusing more on, the product, the business logic, the story that needs to get implemented, the bug that needs to get fixed. And we kind of forget a bit about all of those other things that can happen. And I'll show you like where this really happened in a real life case. So here's a website of a company called Rocket.Chat. If you notice, it has a commercial offering. Many spread around many countries around the world. Has many users as well, and it's really based on an open source project of a similar name. Maybe you kind of like saw it before. It's also called Rocket.Chat. Has many stars, as you can see. Many people watching the repository and forking it and so on. And I'm kind of like trying to get you to like specifically look at that bottom part where you have this get password policy method, which uses something that we've just seen, right? Like this seems very familiar. Users that find one, gets an object, tries to look up a specific property in that object, like a reset token for a password, and it takes the parameters and the token straight from the URL parameters that are coming again from user input. So yeah, this is exactly that. This is a NoSQL injection that happened because of user input in this very popular open source project. And it took a while for people to notice it. It took a while until a security researcher, disclosed this vulnerability, which is, by the way, pretty significant because this isn't just some generic NoSQL injection in the application in Rocket.Chat, but actually, if you look at where this code lies and you kind of see not just the method name, but the file name, this is actually a vulnerability that anonymous users can also interact with. You don't even have to be logged in because this is part of like this get password policy, which happens when you try to reset a password and go through that process. So it is a very significant issue in this application, yet had gone unnoticed, even though you thought, hey, yeah, of course, there's, bad stuff you're doing there with the password in my prior example, but it just, happened here as well. So I think it's a good example of a lot of people are looking at things, and yeah, everyone should be probably, you'd agree that, it should be like, security minded and all of that, but it's really hard to get those things right all the time. And it sometimes escapes us and ends up being an actual vulnerability like this. And so I kind of like want to talk about, taking that and saying, your kind of like your vulnerable line of code is kind of like your first security regret, but also I'm kind of like asking, is this, these days, is it really your code anymore? Or as we said, there's like some Gen AI related aspects here where things kind of like, are getting blurred. So let's travel through that, through a timeline and see what's happening. So first off, I would go and say, your kind of first line of code hasn't been always yours. And this is like this small website, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Stack Overflow, which developers used to, probably still today, interact quite a bit to kind of like, look for questions and answers, copy paste maybe some of these answers to their code. Hopefully they haven't copied over not just bugs, but really haven't copied over any other security vulnerabilities in them. So, this was one kind of like security crisis, one security concern for the business when developers did that. But then kind of like transitioned to something else, right? We kind of like made code reusable, modular. And if you're like a JavaScript developer, building on top of something like the NPM registry, which is, blessed to give you so many different packages and libraries, you could just use one of them and get started. But, at that point in time, you kind of like realize that they could also have vulnerabilities themselves, right? So we all are aware of this, trying to like do an NPM install on the CLI, try to add some libraries, but then get these like alerts of, many vulnerabilities in them as well. Okay, so we kind of like transition from that to NPM. And then, open source packages, should I just search for them, or should I just ask ChatGPT for, just give me the code for whatever I need? It's even better, less of a dependency footprint to worry about and things like that. So yeah, of course, we go over to like Claude and ChatGPT and things like that, interact with it, ask it some questions, get the code that we need, copy it over. And I think the current last step in this evolution being something like an interaction with AI coding assistants that are just right there in your IDE, or an even very specific IDE to do that, right? Which all you have to do is just accept the code that it suggests. So we've gone around this cycle of doing all of that, and you kind of like always caught up, I guess, as a developer in this situation where it's like, should I code this story myself, or should I just use ChatGPT? And even further yet, it goes into, well, should I code it, or just I will code it, but it's not really sometimes my code entirely. Sometimes it's just like an AI coding completion extension, or a whole product that this is what it does. So before we dive into, I want to show you some real world aspects of what happens when there's like vulnerabilities and insecure coding suggestions by extensions, ID extensions and things like that happen. I kind of want to take you towards like AI security risks in general. This is from from a very popular kind of Microsoft report that was shared a couple of years back. So I highly recommend reading that through and through, because it's pretty good. But I kind of took the highlights from all of that if you don't want to spend too much time on this. So one of them here is like one of these AI security risks. I'm going to go through a few of them. Is first off, attackers don't really need to compromise data sets when they are just free to contribute to them, right? This is kind of like what this is all about. So over time, like think about the fact that low confidence malicious data becomes high confidence trusted data, because the AI has to learn somewhere, right? The LLM needs to read some data to give you that output back, train on it and stuff like that. So all attackers really need to do is just like contribute, potentially kind of like malicious code embedded in some repository, in some code contribution somewhere, and essentially like create like a large and growing bad code surface, if you want to like look at it like that. Another example is with this AI risk that again called out of the report itself is kind of like an obfuscation that creates the inability to show your work, because we don't really, there's like so many layers in how AI and ML kind of like work. Specifically, if you kind of like read through LLM and understand that there's like a layered approach and like why that's actually needed, it kind of like makes it difficult to to like reason about the fact of like how data was generated in the way that it did, right? It's like to an extent, it's a bit like magic, and a bit like potentially you're not really sure how the neurons actually like made that decision to like go through that and explore it back and debug it. So to an extent, it's kind of like an invisible process, which is making it hard again for things like auditing. And if you like take a more kind of like regulatory thought process of like how to do that with LLMs, that's going to be a bit different. They also call out this kind of like resilience aspect, which systems should be able to like identify abnormal behaviors, make sense, and as you go through it, you kind of like think about see this again as a more rigorous aspect of thinking about LLMs when you interact with them as user inputs, right? This sentence that I highlighted strictly says, systems should be designed to resist input from this report. And it kind of connects to what we said before, because user input to LLMs and out of LLMs is kind of like the same thing of user input that we saw before in the previous example of like, request body password and username that should also not be trusted. So this is just a bit on AI security risk. Like, again, open your mind to like different concerns and security issues there. And I kind of want to take this as a more active conversation towards real examples of issues that come up with AI. And we're going to dive into examples of like how AI used in applications that kind of seem funny at first. But we'll take it from there and then go towards like actual, insecurities and vulnerabilities that the AI generates. So, first off, there's like this lasso Lasso Security is a company that they kind of like reported this a while back. This is like super recent. This is 2024, a few earlier in that year. And they've kind of like shown how Amazon was kind of like, the big Amazon company was integrating, chatbots, like, smart chatbots in its product review search. And, you could literally just interact with it. And instead of like searching for a specific entry that's closer of a match to what you want, which is, I would say like a simpler way to say they kind of like wanted to do something like, a very smart, similar search using RAG and things like that. But they ended up really exposing the LLM as is, and it has access to different things, but also could just literally be used to everything else. Like you use ChatGPT, like in this example, like, asking it to like write a React component, which is, not something you want to do on an Amazon product review search. Again, here's an example of like this kind of getting deployed into different. So this is probably through an API that they exposed. So it's also deployed on like the Amazon app itself. Someone kind of like showed that. Again, another kind of like similar example where someone interacts with a chat. This is from the Expedia app. And they go to like this example of like, hey, yeah, just write a bubble sort in Golang, and go ahead and, went ahead and completed that. So again, not yet a security issue, as you can see, but we're going there. We're kind of trying to uncover the layers of different aspects of concerns that you should have with regards to LLMs and how you use them. And we're going to go into the fact that they actually secure code just now. So imagine the following, and I've done that task myself, and I'll show you this. But I think you can imagine that moment in time where you get a story you kind of need to implement from the product team, and maybe you're not really entirely sure how to go and do that. And so maybe in the I want to say old days, you went and Googled it, right? And maybe you kind of like found some docs, some examples, some references, some GitHub repos that gave you that example, maybe some Stack Overflow. But now it's really just as easy, going and asking ChatGPT to do that, right? Or again, Claude, or whatever favorite AI coding AI chat you want to use, LLM chat you want to use. So I did a similar experiment just to like show you this, and this is screenshots taken, but the content is real. So. And you'll see a screenshot at the end of it of everything kind of like fitting together. So I went in and said, hey, let's work on this backlog story. I want to ask you like help me implement a post endpoint for file uploads on my Fastify application. It's an Express alternative web framework for Node.js. Implement this at a route endpoint which my company uses as /API/uploads. And that's it, because I didn't really know how to maybe handle file uploads and stuff like that before. So again, instead of reading all the documentation, I just really just prompted it. I did have to like go, the full conversation was like, going back and forth, kind of like tune it to like maybe not use dependencies that I didn't have in the project. I didn't want to add too many, and kind of like, get it to like give me some functional code. And it did give me this at the end. This is about like 20 lines of code or something like that, of very functional code that does support file uploads on my Express application. If you post to this file, it gets saved on disk, and this is exactly what I needed to like implement that for like an internal backend system here. And I'll give you a second to look at it and maybe see if you see anything that's really bad here or not. And we can call out again different things. Maybe you kind of like want to check for file extensions and sizes and whatever. But those are really just not the worst thing that happens here. But the problem here is like most people will maybe kind of like judge it a little bit harsh and like call out those issues. But I'm not sure they're gonna find it, or they're gonna be potentially stressed on time to like do that and kind of like and think about the security aspects here. Instead, what I think most people will do is, copy paste, of course, this code from ChatGPT, put it in the IDE, maybe run some tests, maybe ask the ChatGPT or the coding assistants to generate some tests for it, see that they all pass, there we go, commit, and push to production, and that's it. Except when you put that into production, your security team is not going to be very happy to see that you've done that. Because what you've done is you've taken code that AI generated, which might have security vulnerabilities, but you haven't really run that through any security tool. And when I paste that code into my IDE, I said I'm from Sneak. We can have this free extension on VS Code and other IDEs which you can use. And the moment that you can has this aspect of secure on save, which is a fancy way to say the moment you can paste the code, it runs a static analysis on whatever code you added, and it shows you that there is now through a squiggly line that's very visual and I think friendly for developers, show you that there's a path traversal vulnerability here. You can go ahead and deep dive into what it is and why it happens, and the code flow and the paths, how it goes from the input to this function, potentially also fix it with AI as well. But really the thing is, if you didn't have that VS Code extension, if you didn't know as a security person, if you didn't know as an experienced engineer to recognize this pattern of path that join in the Node API and passing that input directly as is to file system operations, that would just be game over right there. And so there's this is just one example from Node, and I want to give you more examples from different security bloggers who have done similar experiments with ChatGPT. Last was 4, I think, but even on different whole different languages. So here's a Python example. Someone prompted ChatGPT and said, what do you think of this code? It looks very naive. It does a OS path join, but you could see it kind of does it securely. There's no user input here, except that gets concatenated. It goes straight into get temporary directory. Maybe it's potential to open to path traversal or not, but we can ask ChatGPT about it regardless. And it went ahead and said, hey, you know what? You could just use it if your goal is to create temporary directories. That's how it works. The problem is, even though you think it's going to put things into a temporary directory, using a temporary directory by itself is not always a good idea for many reasons. If you would go ahead and search for that across things like OWASP and SANS and different security reporting and standards, you would see it's not a bad practice to do. It's actually a bad practice to do that if you want to do just build an app, because all of the files to begin with are across your app, across your users and customers are shared in a specific place together, right? In the same kind of directory. There's other aspects here that are related to it, but again, the ChatGPT interface didn't give you all of that information. We're gonna go and see more experiments. Here's another one. Imagine you're building something like an uptime server, interface, and you say, hey, I don't know how to really ping. I don't know, it's a pinging a server to see if it's up. It's a very networky kind of low level thing. I don't know if I'm going to go and implement this. Should I use a fetch? Is that a good idea? Is it not? So I'll go ahead and just do a shell command ping, and that's it. That's how I Googled it, and that's what it is. So you ask ChatGPT, hey, this is what I found. Can I use this code? And obviously there's a ping command that you use as a shell execution in a request. You put the IP that you got from the user to check for the uptime and push it out. It will tell you, hey, you know what? This is what it does. And if your idea is to ping a server, then this is a legitimate use case. However, you should use it with caution and consider potential impact on your system and network resources. That's okay, but it's not very, very, very I would say kind of rigid or very pivotal alert to tell you, hey, you know what? There's potential security issues with just doing this. It's not just okay to use it. And here's how a command injection would flow into a vulnerable application just like that. Imagine my user input of this server IP is 1111, but then I do a semicolon, I terminate that ping command and start a whole new one to delete your drive or do something else, again, malicious and stuff like that. It didn't really warn me about this potential exploit or payload happening there, which is bad. More examples. Imagine you're trying to do ask it, give me a library, right? Maybe you want to get suggestion about a library that you could use in Go. and it says, okay, yeah, you can use this thing. We asked it about like something related to like session cookies. So it gave us this answer of like, using Gorilla sessions. If you go to the repository, it's, that suggestion was probably out of date. I don't know if before or after, the cutoff date of that recommendation and training data set. But effectively now you could like trace it back and look a bit of reverse engineering of like what's going on here, which is even if it recommended you at that point in time to kind of like use this library and it wasn't archived at that point in time, that is still probably would have been bad because it wouldn't have the signals it needed to kind of understand how open source work and like maybe how you would judge if a package is well maintained, if there are enough commits, so kind of all of those kind of things that go into kind of deciding if you should use a dependency or not. It just gives you whatever kind of makes sense, in its own statistical model. But you kind of like end up here. Other experiment, maybe you ask it, hey, I want to use and integrate with this database called ArangoDB, JS, like please return the package to install. And it gives you like several options, hey, if you could use the Arango.js official database driver for JavaScript, for Node, for NPM, in NPM. You could use this ArangoDB. You could use ArangoDB namespace package and stuff like that. And the thing is, if you chose one of them, specifically if you chose number 2 on this list here, which I highlight, you would end up on this error page 404 because the package does not exist. The LLM completely hallucinated its response. And again, you could reverse engineer this from the attacker perspective, ask the same question, find the ArangoDB package that does not exist, create it ahead of time, put malicious code in there that when users install it, it does exist. It does install. But the moment it installs, it kind of reads all of your process environment variables and stuff like that, sends it over, does malicious things, and that's it, game over. You kind of like copy pasted. You've seen that the package exists. Maybe someone kind of like tricked you to like, look at, it has badges and tests and code, but you haven't really dived into like, code reviewing it line by line. So you don't really know what's happening there. And that's it, game over. A few more taking us, again, more towards, more from ChatGPT kind of like oriented interactions. I want to dive into like IDE and coding assistants, okay? Because that's kind of where we're seeing everyone go. And I want to give, before kind of diving into this here, just like this one disclaimer where I think using coding assistants is not bad. I don't think like, using, Copilot, Coding, whatever, Tabnine, whatever you want to use, that is not bad by itself. That's kind of like the de facto, I think, situation, and kind of like this is the future. But I want to give you examples here based on what you see of like how you have to like still consciously use security tools, still consciously apply security mindset, security code review, work with a security experts, have that understanding that at the end of the day, these are all like really good tools, but they also potentially been trained on like bad data, right? Bad coding data before that we as human wrote before. So its output is going to be just as good as that. So this is like a really good example. We told it, you're an expert developer, right? This is real example. You're an expert developer. You have to build this, HTTP get endpoint for read YAML, use Node.js, please return me the code. And it shows you it's like very, very small amount of code, so you can reason about it. But the moment you can like, again, take that code, copy, paste it into the IDE on the right, run, some security tool, it will tell you, hey, you know what? There's a path reversal again happening here because you've taken the file path from input and just added it from the request itself straight into this read file method on Node to read this file, parse it for YAML and whatever, but I can now read whatever file I want on the system. I can just give you, just please read, etc, shadow, whatever I really want. We kind of did that experiment also with Python. So it gives you like the same problem. Again, even if you change the language, kind of like to give, you might think, maybe more languages are like more secure. No, exactly the same problem. If you prompt it, you tell it, you're an expert developer, you get the exact same problem, even using, telling it using, Python and Django. Now, this goes into a bit more into the IDE. And here I want to kind of highlight even a different perspective in an IDE process. So imagine, and I think you kind of don't have to imagine because you've some of you probably already use AI coding assistants, but still kind of like imagine you're using code assistants in your IDE and you're getting those auto completions. And remember, we said your vulnerable line of code is not really always yours. It's the coding assistants. So here's an example where we have a React application. So this is a React application code that specifically uses something like dangerously set inner HTML, provides the HTML and some user input there. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes you do have to make those kind of like hard decisions for specific reasons. I don't know why, but sometimes you have to do it. For example, maybe you kind of like want to give a specific inline CSS thing or a specific component that you render in a specific way. Sometimes, by the way, you don't notice, but you're using React components that they themselves use dangerously set inner HTML. That exists. Think about like markdown rendering and things like that, where you have to like, have a preview of a markdown, have to generate DOM elements in a specific way. And I'm not saying like this is the best way to do it, but some of the rendering issues related to markdown has definitely been around, things like that. And so where I want to take you is you do this practice, but great work by the React team calling this dangerously set inner HTML, and you are a very responsible developer. You kind of like know that using dangerously set inner HTML is bad, right? So you kind of like read a little bit and you say, okay, yeah, I know this is bad. And what does React do? React do this thing called output encoding, which means it kind of like exchanges dangerous characters with something called HTML entities. So like, ampersand and things like that, or like the triangles that open the DOM elements would not be really like an actual triangle thing. So you prompt it and you start a new function. You say, hey, let's do function escape HTML, right? And you start and get this autocomplete from GitHub Copilot here in this case that gives you the code to write the escape function that even React itself uses. Now, this escape HTML function, probably okay. This is also probably okay. It's not the complete one. You don't see like all of it, but it's kind of to make sense. This is kind of okay as well, and so on and so on. And what I'm getting at is the following. All of these escape HTML functions that it will suggest are probably okay, right? Even though this is not deterministic and I would not know what it does today without running it, but they are probably okay. However, you will still have a problem back here. You will still have a problem of potentially having XSS in your application, even if you use that escape HTML function that it suggested. Why is that? The reason for that is a very specific kind of security nuance is important here, because the data from the user input that flows into the alt attribute for the image is an attribute, not an HTML component, not an HTML element on the page. And so you need to escape it differently. So technically, escape HTML function here may not be wrong, but using escaping HTML and running writing a function like clean or sanitize, cross-site scripting, all of those kind of naming conventions will generate correct functional code, but incorrect to where you are going to apply it. So without having that security expertise of knowing that context is important, and you have to sanitize attributes very differently from how you sanitize CSS or JSON on a page or HTML elements, which is what this one is doing, is going to be catastrophic for the application that would still get it to like be vulnerable to cross-site scripting. So other examples of coding assistant, now taking us a bit further from just the code itself, but also like talking about prompt injection. I'll leave you off as well, like, ping me afterwards or something for the slides, or I'll share them where I can here. So I don't want to go into all of this, and you'll see all of the details in the slides that I'll share. But you can see here, like, this is very recent research that shows you how the coding assistant itself, someone kind of like planted text via comment on like some README file, on some Python file. And the way that the coding assistant was then replying actually used data context from what someone planted there, which is not a really good thing. And someone used that technique to actually do data exfiltration of Copilot. So, for example, he told it, hey, you have to do this and that. You use this markdown to generate the image to display it. But hey, you know what? There's like a query equals data parameter there to the URL. I would like to ask you to replace that with something else, right? And you could give it things like environment variables or config or whatever it can get. And you could see this in action. It was actually indeed getting that when it rendered the page, actually used whatever I told it to replace it with, which is like, this is Bob and this is the code, trust no AI. And there's like a stage treater, shows you like the attacker receives the data and get this information exfiltrated from the IDE itself that makes a request to its remote server. My last point here is going to be, and we'll finish, I think, with some of these examples, is the problem that all of these LLMs have this thing in common, which is they're kind of like amplifying insecure code. And what I mean by that is, imagine you're working on a project, and someone in that project used an insecure coding convention, right? Like, for example, here in the bottom on the yellow colors, you can see I have this, old search repository.java that's, a developer just kept there because it's, used for reference, or I don't know, whatever. They kind of use this. And you could see that it actually follows really bad SQL query concatenation that would cause SQL injection problems. Now, Copilot and other AI coding assistants kind of like look at those other files that you have, especially if you kind of like have them open, but just generally in your workspace, to kind of like be able to complete code to you based on your coding patterns, right? You kind of like want to make that very customized to your coding patterns and standards in your team. The problem is it will amplify the exact same thing. So if you try to tell it, hey, create a query for a product, it will just kind of like do the same thing, and it will suggest you the exact same insecure code. It doesn't know it's insecure specifically. It just goes ahead and kind of like learns something bad and amplifies that. So watch out for those kind of things. Now, everything I talked about here is, or a lot of that is part of this project called OWASP Top 10 for LLMs. We've got like a cheat sheet on the Snyk website for it that goes through like all of these examples, kind of like try to spill it down in like a simpler form, some examples. So there's like cheat sheets for that. If you do adopt Gen AI, AI coding assistant, ChatGPT, I highly recommend you use some kind of way to secure the code that you actually copy paste over autocomplete. Again, you could use Snyk if you wanted. It's a free extension from the marketplace. You could use something else as well. That's fine. The only thing I will say is please use something to scan your code. Please reach out to your peers to say hey, please help me secure the code. Come code review it and encode securely. That's kind of be my take here, because potentially the machines are sometimes dreaming of insecure code. So that's all I got. Hopefully you kind of enjoy this, had learned something from the demos, and yeah, if there's any questions, be happy to kind of run through them with Chris.
Well, that was a lot. And again, it's like, that's always the thing that I told people anyways, like you code in an environment and you normally set up your environment to do some security checking, some quality checking, and some linting. And the amount of people that actually use ChatGPT to generate whole scripts and then copy and paste them over without actually thinking about that and not having set up their IDE up front is something that is very scary to see. And the other thing that I always saw is that ChatGPT and others were trained on code that was successfully upvoted by people, and that one is never, to me, the best code. This is normally the code that's the most convenient to use and the shortest code that seems to give the right answers. So the feedback loop into like what these models have been trained on and what we can tell them, please to never ever show again, seems to be not existing, right? We can just hope that we get the right things, or we set up our IDEs to do the checking once we copied and pasted it in.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think potentially LLMs will get better in time, but there's like I think there's so many obstacles. There's like data and fine tuning and just the readiness of that and the availability of this, and where that is even prioritized for companies to kind of like do that right. Plus, the more I've seen that from experience. The more you can like research about the advancement of LLM and AI usage, like about coding assistants and things like that, you also kind of like see research papers and just like research disclosures of how they were able to like completely trick the whole AI and LLM thing and create again like sinks and vulnerabilities and prompt injection, and like they're like very creative ways. It's like an always kind of like a cat and mouse game where it's trying to be secure, but it ends up not in a good way.
The Hey Copilot that's for you is just so sneaky. It's just wonderful. Like you would not think that this would work, but it actually did. And I mean that that code as part of a workspace had access to the environment variables that were basically not part of that workspace is another thing that scares the hell out of me, because it goes into places where it shouldn't go.
Yeah, but I think I mean you don't even have to go that far, because when you kind of I think for me, like when I work on a project, when I load it up in my kind of like the ID workspace itself, bad naming convention there, but when you do that, I already have like my .env file, right? My config.js file, my package.json. There's like enough information for someone without even needing to like go outside of the directory, go outside of like the network, to like already get a lot of information about how I develop an application internally here, for example, in the company. And they could take that, and that's like a lot of very valuable, sensitive information that someone can take in and start like, phishing and just like scanning and enumerating resources the company has to try and hack in and breach in.
Yeah, I mean, when you also said the way of sanitizing HTML and sanitizing attribute is different to sanitizing tags, and I mean, my favorite is just putting an image in there with an invalid source and doing an on-error handler to access some
Exactly.
to execute some JavaScript. In the Code 100 challenge earlier, I asked about link methods that we have, and link sanitize doesn't exist, but there is the HTML sanitizer, which is going to be, which might be a standard for all browsers soon. I mean, it wouldn't help us with node environments, but I really like the idea of the browser giving us a sanitizer, much like when you parse HTML. It's never a good idea to start with regular expressions. It's always a good idea to use the parser to actually get the information out of it, because otherwise you allow all kind of like injection points. The ping one was an interesting example as well. I didn't even know that you could inject Unix commands with a ping. But that was really worrying as well. But then again, a server that's set up to allow rm-rf nowadays on the root is not a server that should be online. But I guess sadly enough, a lot of them are. So. In terms of Snyk as a security company, you're doing a lot of good and interesting stuff in that area. Do you think the hype that we have with AI right now, and especially with Gen AI and having to generate code and replace coders with machines, is detrimental to the cost to security? And what do you think needs to happen before the big AI companies actually start thinking, okay, let's not allow for everything, but actually start thinking about security first?
I'll start from answering the end of it. I don't think like a security aspect is like a big concern or priority for like the big companies. So again, without naming names, you probably can all say like who is like the top 3 or whatever. But like I don't think that specifically is a concern for them, and that is why there's also a very like big wave of other companies. Snyk is itself one. There's like Lakera is another. There's like a wave of companies there's like a whole kind of like bunch of companies who specifically focus on issues related to prompt injection. And there's like different ways of protecting against that. And you could like apply another model over one model to try and do that. And there's like observability and auditing information there. And there's like a ton of ways to kind of like, circumvent that. There's like pinpointed, very focused, kind of laser focused companies that try to answer that problem, because it's not coming from the other companies. And you could see like, right, like OpenAI has existed for like few years now with not counting the before time of all of the research, but just like over this hype cycle, several years, like security, they haven't like said, we build security out of the box. There's like built-in prompt injection, protection, and whatever, all of those kind of things. The reason is it's really hard to do, and I think it's not a priority for them. So it kind of like gives room for all of these other cybersecurity company in the space to be able to kind of like go in and say, hey, like, this is a growing trend. I don't think we're going to not use LLMs and AI coding assistant. I think we are going to use that a lot. But I think building AI security guardrails and tools to help developers like properly, securely do that in a responsible manner, that is something they're going to have to do. And I think security is like one super big concern because that potentially has the highest impact and risk of a business, right? And it's not the only one. There's like also potentially other issues, maybe the code that was generated by the AI coding assistant is not really performant, or maybe, and it's gonna blow up on a Cyber Monday deal website for an e-commerce, and it's not gonna perform well, and it's like millions of dollars lost or more. Maybe the code it generates to create an HTML HTML layout like a UI component for you is not going to be very accessible to people who are having those kind of needs. And so there's like a lot of other issues as well that are like related to it. They're all cross-cutting concerns, and as developers, I think kind of like very, very fastly go ahead and say, yeah, copy paste, or like, yes, okay, yes, stop, complete, go ahead, fast, push the code. And kind of like don't have that time and accountability yet to kind of like say, yeah, well, I kind of need to review this, audit this line by line. This dependency, this insecure code might not be what we kind of need right now.
So maybe the time we save by generating code and having my code assistants, we can actually put into security checking when it comes to rolling this code out or actually generating it. But then again, everybody being a full stack developer and having to do the code and the sending it to the server and setting up the server didn't help there either, because there's just so many details that you should know that nobody can know all that stuff.
True.
It's interesting how we always think like less code and faster deployment is actually the goal, but that actually always sounds to me like there's an option to actually be insecure or be badly performant.
Yeah, no, I think what we're trying to do with Snake is you don't even need to go to like a CI or a build cycle to like scan the code. So like literally the moment you push it in to the IDE, like paste it, we can like scan the whole project as like a static analysis thing. And there's like a whole bunch of engine and stuff going around to kind of like make that happen. But I think that's the goal. Like the idea is not to get developers to be security experts. That's like not a goal for us. I don't think that's a sustainable goal at all. I don't think that's what developers want either. So I think where it's going to go is kind of like developer security focused tools that would help you really kind of accomplish your job, be productive as a developer, whether you use AI or not, but still do it in a responsible manner where you track security issues.
I think the danger there is that actually the development environments are supposed to go away as well with the Gen AI hype, that we basically like, oh, you paint an app and then it generates the code for you. And one of the basic tenets of security is never to print out what came in unfiltered. But This is actually what an LLM is. This is actually the weirdest thing about it. Like, you can tell that thing everything, like, please repeat this command, and it will repeat that command because that's actually how it's done. And that's a worrying world. But I guess we're not going to end it today. We're going to have a next speaker as well talking about a similar topic. So I thank you very much for all of that. The video will be out. Snig is available. Liren is all over the social medias. So we can actually talk more to him there. So thanks very much for your time, and hopefully that helped a lot of people to not trust what came back from ChatGPT nilly-willy, but actually take a look at it more closely.
100%. Well, thanks for inviting me, Chris, and have a bunch of good time at the conference here. Enjoy it.
Thank you. All right, so that's basically we have one speaker to come, but before that we have the Code 100 challenge for this instance of the live days. So I prepared a video for you to actually explain to you what it is like. So this time we're not doing a coding challenge, but actually, as it's a security challenge, it's a way of finding out things hidden in a website. So take a look at the challenge, and I'll be back in a second. Hello and welcome to another Code 100 online challenge, your chance to secure your spot at the Code 100 finals at the WeAreDevelopers World Congress in Berlin next year in July. This time, we're not asking you to code anything, but we're sending you on a scavenger hunt instead. You can go to the challenge page by scanning this QR code or going to that URL, and you can submit your answers at this form by scanning this QR code or going to that URL. As this is a scavenger hunt and we hit messages inside a website, it makes a lot more sense to do this on a desktop, so let's not scan the QR code, but go to the URL instead. This is the website where we've hidden all the messages in there. There are 7 of them all in all. They're sometimes a word, sometimes part of a sentence, sometimes a full sentence, but your job is to put them all together and send them in. If you can't find them all, that's actually okay as well. We also allow submissions that are only partly solved, because it's kind of tough to find them all. So hopefully you will not have that much of a problem, but it's interesting to see how far you can go. The part 1 of this message is hidden in plain sight. The part 2 is in the source of the page. The part 3 needs you to focus on this one here. Part 4 needs to be heard. Part 5 is stored locally. Part 6 is in the logo. And part 7 is really in the logo. So once you collected all these messages, you can actually use this form, fill it out, and then you actually get into the raffle and we'll pick the winners. We announce the winners next week, and hopefully you will have a good time finding those parts. Well, that was me ending the video far too late because I recorded 4 videos for 4 different live days yesterday. I had a lot of fun hiding these messages in that website, so good luck for those who actually don't know how to use developer tools or don't know how to use some tools that are outside of the browser as well. But there's lots of information in those things, and it might be interesting to see what you can find out about your own debugging experiences by finding these things. I love hiding bits. I love finding things on the web as well that I shouldn't find. So that gave me a lot of joy to actually get this challenge going. So hopefully you will have as much fun trying to find the things that we've been hiding. Next week is another live day, and this one is actually the DevOps day, I think. Let me quickly make sure I'm not talking nonsense here. It's actually, yes, it's a DevOps day. I won't be available next week for moderating because I'll be in Romania at the How to Web conference and give a talk there, which I have to write this afternoon, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to talk about there as well. But you can come next week then and see the winners of this and now have a go at this challenge and see if you can find something. Now, given that we actually have the Code 100 challenge and we announced it right now, you can go and have a quick coffee. Let's do a 5-minute break, and I see you in 5. All right, that's enough of that. We have to get a better loop, and to do that, sorted. And we're going to have some videos to show next time as well when we don't have anything to say. It's hardly ever that I don't have anything to say, but it's going to be interesting right now what the next speaker has to say. So I'm happy to invite Aditi Godbol to the stage here, or the virtual stage. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Chris?
I'm good. It's early in your place of the world, isn't it?
It is. It is almost about 5 a.m. right now.
Oh my God. And you look so fresh. Look at that.
Thank you.
That's not bad. So you're a data scientist at SAP. What
That's
do you do
right.
there?
So I am a data scientist with SAP. I mainly work on the spend products that SAP has, making them intelligent to get a complete spend overview. What do you do in the backend with the data? Like, how do you make sure it is being combined in the right way? So that's what I work on. It's mainly all of the natural language processing stuff, all of the text data. So it is pretty fun.
And lots of data to play with, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
that's always the thing. Like, as a data scientist, you want to have as much dirty data to play with to actually find the patterns in it.
Mhm.
And do you think that's a market that's actually growing in that environment, or is it something that has always been around but we just haven't talked about it? We have AI now as the big hype, but I've seen data science and machine learning used in finance and in these kind of like backend systems for such a long time. Did you feel that out of a sudden the limelight has been taken away from you, or is it just like a day-to-day job that you keep doing your job on the background?
We still continue to do our job in the background. It's not changing as much anytime soon. Yes, the new developments are definitely exciting. They are actually changing some of the things that we do, how we do them. But still, the traditional data science ML stuff, I don't think is going anywhere anytime soon. It's improving. It's kind of getting a boost from the new AI hype, so to say. But
Do you think there's a boost, but is there also a distraction? Is there something that people expect too much from data scientists that we didn't expect in the past?
yes, to a certain extent, in some cases, at least I would say in the beginning, like when GPT-3 was released at the beginning, and how the world could see how cool it was. Yes, there were some distractions, but now we are getting back to understanding the realities of the capabilities of AI and limitations and where we can go with it.
So the hype cycle is at the 12, and the 12 disillusionment is gone, and we're now at the plateau of like getting it done and using it for something useful. So what I always liked about the data science job was that it actually brought people in from all walks of life. It's not people that are only programmers, but it's all kind of librarians, people that actually know about finding patterns in things. Do you think there is a higher diversity in the data scientists space than in the IT market? And is this something that we could be learning from?
There's definitely more diversity in data science, and it is needed. Like, all these folks who come from different backgrounds bring different perspectives and their I would say subject matter expertise also, because data science is not only something that you apply with IT data. You can apply it to any different domain, and that's where your subject matter expertise matters. um, so I don't know whether it should translate to IT or not. I don't really know that well, but definitely having different perspectives, having someone who understands the product better, just because they are the user or the consumers or it, always brings that perspective into the development space. So that will definitely be something that I would think is useful.
Yeah, I mean, that's when we basically, I always found like as soon as I had teams that were more diverse with different people in them, also different backgrounds in terms of like where they're from in the world, we built products that actually apply to so many more people out there. We reached much more users by having the people already say like, I wouldn't use this because it's like this and that.
Mhm.
So it's something we really have to strive for, to get more diversity in every aspect of it. And hopefully the whole going away from like you have to code every line of yourself rather than just you can use products and data to find the solution might be something that gets this market better off the ground in that regard as well.
Mhm.
So you've been doing that for 11 years already. So what has changed over the last few years? What were the things that made you much happier than in the beginning?
Um, I would say connectivity or networking. Like I have also grown in the way I look at the world. That is one perspective. And another thing is just people are more open to share ideas. Like as we see that there have been more open source developments. So that's that's how the world is moving towards sharing their ideas openly more and more, and that I think has improved our understanding of just the AI ML field in general, and is allowing us, like allowing me as a data scientist, to think of different problems in different ways because I'm able to get more information.
Okay. Well, that's good. So now it's time to get some information from you. I won't keep you longer. You're going to talk about data privacy and LLMs, challenges and best practices. So without further ado, stage is yours.
Thank you. All right. Good day, everyone. So, today we are going to discuss the critical topic of data privacy challenges and best practices in LLMs. This is a very increasingly important area as LLMs are becoming more prevalent in our digital landscape. So let's take a quick look at what we will cover in the next 30 minutes. We will start with a brief introduction to large language models, what they are and why they are such a big deal. So then we will lay the groundwork by discussing the fundamental principles of data privacy. This will set the stage for our deep dive into the key privacy concerns, specifically related to LLMs. And to keep things grounded, we will look at some real world examples that show these aren't just theoretical worries. And we'll then explore how the tech world is tackling these challenges and the best practices emerging in the industry. And then we will finally wrap up with a peek into what's happening in this fast moving field. So think of this as your crash course in navigating the tricky waters of AI privacy, and by the end you will have a solid grasp of the key issues and some practical takeaways for your own work. So let's get started into our intro to LLMs. So let's start with the basics. LLMs, or large language models, are AI systems that are trained on massive amounts of text data. Think of them as super smart text prediction engines, but they're much more than just fancy autocomplete. These models have pretty impressive skills. First, they are great at understanding context. They don't just look at individual words, but grasp the meaning behind entire sentences or paragraphs. So, this means they can often understand nuances and subtleties in language that previous AI struggled with. Second, AI LLMs can generate human like text. They can write emails, articles, even poetry that's sometimes hard to distinguish from human written content. This capability opens up a world of possibilities, but also raises some eyebrows when it comes to privacy and authenticity. And third, these models are multitaskers. They can handle tasks across different languages and even switch between tasks without missing a beat. Translation, summarization, question answering, they can do it all. Now, where are we seeing these LLMs in action? They are the brains behind many chatbots, virtual assistants. They're helping create content for websites and social media, and they're even helping developers write code. GitHub Copilot, for example, uses an LLM to suggest code as developers type. But here is the thing, with great power comes great responsibility. As these models become more capable, they also become more complex. And with that complexity comes a host of privacy challenges that we need to address, which brings us to our next topic. So, now that we have understood what LLMs are capable of, it's important to consider the foundation of data privacy. These powerful AI models process vast amounts of data, which makes understanding privacy principles more important than ever. So let's break down the key elements of data privacy. First, we have data minimization. This principle is about collecting only what you need, no more, no less. So for LLMs, uh, this might mean carefully curating training datasets to exclude all unnecessary personal information. So imagine you're building a model to predict weather patterns. You probably don't need people's names or addresses for that. Next is purpose limitation. This means using data only for the specific stated purposes that you collected it for. If you generated data to improve your customer service chatbot, you shouldn't then use it for targeted advertising without consent. Data integrity is all about ensuring the accuracy and reliability of the data. So, for LLMs, using inaccurate or outdated data could lead to biased or incorrect outputs. Think of a medical diagnosis tool. The consequence of using inaccurate health data could be very severe. Then, storage limitation is similar to data minimization. It's about not keeping data longer than necessary. Once an LLM is trained, do you still need to keep all the raw data that you used for training indefinitely? Confidentiality is also important. So it's about protecting data from unauthorized access or disclosure. This is particularly challenging for LLMs given their ability to memorize and potentially reproduce training data. And transparency is also becoming excuse me. Transparency is also becoming increasingly important in the age of AI. Users should know how their data is being used. For instance, if in writing assistant is learning from user inputs, that should clearly be communicated. And finally, there is consent. This is about giving individuals control over their personal data. Users should have the choice to opt in or opt out of having their data used for AI training. Now, these principles form the bedrock of responsible data handling. However, applying them to LLM isn't always straightforward. For example, how do you ensure purpose limitation when an LLM can be applied to a wide range of tasks? Or how do you implement the right to be forgotten when data has been used to train the model? And these questions lead us to our next topic, the specific privacy challenges that arise when we apply these principles to large language models. So, now that we have established the fundamental principles of data privacy, let's look at how these principles collide with the unique capabilities of large language models. creating specific challenges that the AI community is grappling with. This brings us to a new level of issues. So, first up is memorization and reproduction of sensitive information. LLMs are trained on vast amounts of data, and they have a unique ability to remember and potentially reproduce that information. This means that they might inadvertently spit out personal or sensitive information that was part of their training data. Imagine an AI assistant accidentally revealing someone's email address or phone number in a conversation. That's not good. So, next we have re identification risks. Even if we try to anonymize the data, LLMs are so good at connecting the dots that they might piece together someone's identity from seemingly unrelated bits of information. It's like solving a puzzle we don't even know was there. And third on our list is unintended information disclosure. LLMs can sometimes make connections or inferences that reveal more than intended. For example, an LLM might deduce and share confidential business information based on patterns it's learned, even if that specific information wasn't in the training data. And then there is the issue of model transparency. LLMs are complex beasts, and it's really hard to understand how they arrive at their outputs in many cases. So, this black box nature makes it challenging to trace and address privacy breaches when they occur. And finally, we need to consider potential for misuse. These models can generate very convincing human like text, which can open the door to things like impersonation or creating deep fake text content. And this capability in the wrong hands could pose significant issues for privacy and security. And these concerns are real, they do have real world implications. So, in our next slide, we will look at some of the concrete examples that will bring these issues into sharp focus. So, let's look at some real world examples. First, let's start with the GPT-2 experiment. Back when OpenAI initially decided not to release their full GPT-2 model due to concerns about potential misuse, they were worried that it could be used to generate misleading news articles or impersonate others online or automate the production of fake content. And this case highlighted the fine line between innovation and responsible AI development. And then in 2023, we saw some eye opening research findings. A study from Google's DeepMind, UC Berkeley, and Princeton University showed that large language models could be coaxed into revealing sensitive information from their training data. We are talking like email addresses, phone numbers, the type of stuff we definitely don't want an AI system blurting out. And this really drove home the risk of unintended information disclosure. Then there is the controversy with GitHub Copilot. Uh, this AI powered coding assistant built on top of LLM technology faced criticism when it was found sometimes it reproduced snippets of copyrighted code or even included developers' API keys in its suggestions. And this raised questions about intellectual property rights and the potential exposure of sensitive information in AI generated code. And finally, let's look at the recent incident with ChatGPT, where they had to temporarily shut down ChatGPT due to a bug that allowed some users to see titles from other users' chat history. While no full conversations were exposed, it was a wake up call about the potential for data leaks in these systems. These examples show us that privacy challenges of LLMs aren't just abstract concepts. They're real issues that companies are and researchers are facing right now. They highlight the need for robust privacy safeguards as we continue to develop and deploy these powerful systems. Now that we have seen the challenges, let's talk about how we can tackle them. There is a lot of work happening on multiple fronts from tech side to solve these challenges. So we are seeing innovative approaches. One of these approaches is differential privacy. It's a bit like adding static to a phone call. You can still understand the conversation, but it's harder to pick out specific details. In LLMs, this technique adds a calculated amount of noise to the training data and the model outputs, making it tough to extract individual data points while making sure it's preserving the overall patterns. Another promising approach is federated learning. So instead of gathering all the data in one place, excuse me, this method trains the model across multiple devices or servers. This keeps the raw data where it is. It's like everyone bringing their recipe to make a meal, but nobody shares the actual ingredients, just the final dish. We are also exploring secure multi-party computation, which allows different parties to jointly compute something without revealing their individual inputs. For LLMs, this could allow for collaborative model training without exposing sensitive data. And it's not all about tech solutions. We also need to navigate the regulatory landscape. The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, in Europe sets strict standards for data protection. Companies deploying LLMs need to think carefully about how they are collecting, using, and storing data to stay compliant. And one particularly tricky area is right to be forgotten. How do you remove someone's data from a model that's been trained on millions of data points? It's like trying to take the egg out of a baked cake. It's not easy, but there has been some work that's going on there. And finally, there is growing emphasis, as there should be, on ethical AI development. And this means that bringing privacy considerations into the entire life cycle of an LLM, from data collection to model deployment. So it's about building a culture of responsible innovation. These approaches are not perfect, and they many times involve trade offs between privacy and model performance, but they represent important steps towards addressing the privacy challenges we face with LLMs. Excuse me. Now let's talk about the best practices. As the industry struggles with these challenges, we are seeing some clear guidelines emerge for responsible LLM development and deployment. First is privacy by design. It's not just a buzzword, it's about bringing privacy considerations into every stage of LLM life cycle, from the initial data collection to model training and deployment. Privacy should be a key consideration and not an afterthought. Next, we have data governance. This involves setting clear policies about what data is collected, how it's used, and how long it's kept. It's about being intentional with data, using what you need and nothing more. Transparency and explainability are becoming increasingly important. So, users should understand how their data is being used, and there should be mechanisms to explain, at least in broad terms, how the model makes its decision. It's about building trust through openness. And then, regular privacy audits are important. The AI landscape moves fast, and new vulnerabilities can emerge quickly. So, regular checkups help catch and address issues before they can become major issues. Um, User control and consent are also equally important. Users should have a say in how their data is being used and the ability to opt out if they're not comfortable. This might mean offering different levels of personalizations based on user preferences. Excuse me. And finally, there is ongoing education and training. Privacy isn't one and done deal. It requires continuous learning and adaptation. This applies to both the teams developing and deploying LLMs and the users interacting with them. Companies who are leading the charge in AI are already adopting many of these practices. For instance, Apple does a lot of processing for Siri on device to enhance privacy. Google has implemented differential privacy in some of its language models. And these examples show that it's possible to innovate while still prioritizing user privacy. And remember, these best practices are not just about compliance or avoiding problems. They're about building better and more trustworthy AI systems that can deliver value while respecting individual privacy. So, as we wrap up, let's take a moment to look ahead. The field of AI and privacy is evolving rapidly. And there are some exciting developments on the horizon. We are seeing promising research into more advanced privacy preserving techniques. These include things like homomorphic encryption, which could allow LLMs to process encrypted data without ever seeing the raw information. It's still computationally intensive, but it's an area to watch. On the regulatory front, we are likely to see more AI specific regulations. The EU is already working on its AI Act, which could set completely new standards for AI governance, including privacy protections, and this could shape how we develop and deploy LLMs globally. We are also seeing efforts to develop privacy focused LLM architectures instead of trying to bolt privacy onto existing models. These approaches aim to make privacy an integral part of how the model functions. So, now let's recap some key takeaways. LLMs offer powerful capabilities, but they also present significant privacy challenges. These challenges are real and have tangible impacts, as we have seen in several real world examples. Addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach, combining technical solutions, regulatory compliance, and ethical considerations. Best practices are emerging, and with leading companies showing that it's possible to innovate while prioritizing privacy. So, what's our call to action? As professionals in this field, we have a responsibility to prioritize privacy in our work with AI and LLMs. This means staying informed about the latest developments, implementing best practices, and advocating for responsible AI development within our organizations. Remember, privacy isn't just a legal requirement or a technical challenge. It's about building trust with the users and ensuring that the incredible potential of LLMs is realized in a way that respects individual rights and societal values. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this has helped you to get a clearer picture of privacy landscape while you navigate these challenges in your own work.
Thank you so much. You really soldiered through that with like that early in the day and with the cold that you have. It's so nice to have that. So I won't actually keep you much longer because you should actually start your day and actually get some cough drops or something. But it was just wonderful to get all that information. And the video will be available next week as well. So we're going to be editing that soon. If you the slides, are they available somewhere already, or actually can we get them from you as well so we can publish them with the video? Because I think a lot of people will want to read that.
Okay, let me see what I can do with the slides.
Okay, no worries. So I thank you very much, and I think there is a lot of stuff to be talked about. But I mean, seeing how poorly you're doing today, let's actually find a better time to do that. I hope we can see more of you soon. Where are you based normally?
I'm in United States, Seattle.
Oh, Seattle. Okay, so yeah, you're used to bad weather, so you might as well come to us right now as well. So, thanks very much, and I hope that you get better. And
I would say I'm better from how I was in last 1 week. So, but thank you so much.
Oh, well, thanks so much for actually taking the time and making sure that actually people can hear from you, because that actually is an effort to do as well. It's worse when you have to go to a physical conference and actually have to be there and travel there. But that already, the 5 o'clock this morning was quite a challenge to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Hope to see you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. And that's it for this live day on data and privacy. You see the Code 100 challenges that we talked about. Like I already have some people sending them in, doing the scavenger hunt and trying to find things on that page. And hopefully we will have more things coming next week when we're going to see each other again. And in between, just basically take a look at the newsletter if you want to. Take a look at the links archive that we have. Take a look at some of the old Code 100 puzzles that we want to have. And remember, in July next year, we're going to have our World Congress again in Berlin. Like for me, it's around the corner. For you, you might have to travel to it. And for all the people that are here today, we actually have a new 15% off if you want to have. So let me find that. That's actually WeAreDevelopers_live. If you go to the Congress page and you actually get your ticket, and you enter the coupon code WeAreDevelopers_live, all lowercase, then you get actually 15% off. So other than that, I see you then next week. Well, I won't, but my colleague Dan Cranny will take over as moderator, and I'm trusting him to do a great job. See you then.